Here. Test for YouTube real quick. How you doing, Scott? Can I get a quick sound check from you?
Sure can. I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm well, thank you.
Hey, good evening. This is Will with Timmons.
Hello, thank you.
Seriously?
Still.
Excluding. Restarted, there's no way to start that page because they do.
Problem that for whatever reason they got stuck in that loop, so that's what.
Yeah, this.
Three sheets of one, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that is weird. I guess if they're out to lunch or something.
How you doing, John?
Doing well, Markeith. How about you?
I'm excellent, thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Thank you.
Hey, Markeith, real quickly. Sometimes I've been having problems with my video card. So I'm going to connect with my phone too, just as a backup in case I lose my computer connection. So if you see two John Richardsons, that's why.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Could you do me a favor and label one John Richardson 2 or anything when you can rename? Okay.
I'll do that. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Markeith, can you hear me okay?
I can.
All right, great. So you see that one is my name and one's my name and title. Okay,
I do. Thank you.
cool. Yep.
Hey, Amy.
Good evening.
Good evening. Just really wanted to maximize my presence tonight.
You do always like to have fun.
I like a plan B.
Hello,
Hello. How you doing today?
I am very well. How are you?
I'm good.
No, John has a nice background there. Amy Harvey, do I need to wait to the end to say all the thing about who we appointed, or can I say it at the beginning of the regular one, or does it matter?
It doesn't matter. I would just make sure you only do it. It's helpful if you only do it once.
Okay. I thought just during announcements, like I could say, we forgot to do this last time. I'm so sorry. I forgot to do it last time, and just say it and be done with it.
Yes, if you can sort of make it one of the last announcements that you do, that way we can move that item up and we're not trying to sandwich your announcements in the middle.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Mhm. So I'll do it as the last announcement on the, I'm making announcements at the very beginning of the entire hybrid meeting, and then, okay, all right. Let me go grab his name. It's Simon. Okay, all right, let me do that.
Good evening.
Hello. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. And yourself?
I'm good. Could I get a quick voice check from Judy?
How are you?
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Thank you. Thank you. Sound good. Hello, Amy Olin, Phil Fleshman and Scott. Could I get a quick voice check from you?
Morning. Good evening, I mean.
Good evening.
What time of day does your meeting day start, Amy? Oh, and if you're good morning.
Long day.
Amy Owen, did I get a confirmation that we're flipping the first two items, or are we not doing that?
Yes, we're good. Audit going first.
Perfect, thank you.
I haven't.
Because I'm worried.
Good evening.
Hello, how are you today?
Doing great, thank you.
You sound good. Could I get a quick sound check from Ross and Rand and Whitney, I believe?
I'm just presenting video tonight. Sorry, Ross.
Good evening, Whitney here.
Thank you, thank you.
You're right.
How come you have two John Richardsons?
One of them, his microphone messes up on the first John Richardson, so he has his phone with him. Yeah.
Thanks, Marquis.
Bro.
Hey, Marquis.
Hello, how are you tonight?
Good, how are you? And
I'm
hello,
good.
everyone else also, not just Marquis.
Hello.
Hello, Ty.
Hey, Mark Keith, just wanted to make sure you got me.
I do, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And can I get a quick check from Steve and Brandy as well?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, how are y'all?
Good, how are you?
I'm well. Can I get a quick check from Alan and Faith as well?
Greetings.
Good evening. How are y'all?
Faith will try not to keep you so late this time.
Promises, promises.
I know, I'm trying.
Come here, baby.
Hello,
Hello.
how are you tonight?
Doing good, hello.
Good, good.
Just calling for 15.
Oh, 15 seconds.
Okay. We got a couple people who need to mute themselves, please.
Marquis, sound check.
Hello, hello.
All right. Are we at 6:30? Okay. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Chapel Hill Town Council December 1st hybrid meeting. This was originally scheduled to be a work session this evening, but we had a couple of items that we needed to move to tonight's agenda that needed some response from council and some voting. So we're going to start off with our work session items, and then we will move into the regular meeting. We have the concept plan for Trinity Court tonight, the continuation of the legislative hearing for the wet lab building at 150 East Rosemary, and an update on options for the community splash pad as part of the voting part of the meeting. The work session meeting tonight is going to have, start off with, we're going to flip it a little bit, start off with the financial audit, then followed by the 5-year budget and strategy, and the American Rescue Plan Act funding updates. And then we'll move into there. And we also have a closed session after the meeting tonight to remind council members. We've also pulled one item off the consent agenda. We are excited about our street outreach program. We have a little more of research to do, and we'll bring that back for a discussion item and have the county participate in that in January. So we'll see that come back really soon. So I'm sorry, it was a little confusing there. And we're asking everyone to be succinct so we don't spend too long, even though we're starting a little early tonight, which is really good. Anyway, we have to do our normal roll call for keeping in compliance with virtual meetings. Actually excited to see all of you next week so we can do our roll call in person. But if I call your name, please say with your eye here present and let us know that you're here. I will start off with Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Here.
Ms. Anderson.
Here.
Mr. Boyncy.
Here.
Ms. Gu.
Here.
Mr. Nguyen.
Here.
Ms. Ryan.
Here.
Ms. Stegman.
Here.
Oh, there you are. Hello. Okay. And the mayor is also here. So thank you very much. Public comment is very important to us. It's one way for you to communicate with us. We don't normally have public comment during work session items, but at the end of the work session, we'll ask for anyone wishing to speak on the items we just talked about. But then we move into the regular agenda. You're welcome to speak on those different items. So that will be up. But first up this evening, we have a resolution recognizing Transgender Day of Remembrance. And Council Member Karen Stegman is going to read us the the resolution. And we want all members of our community to know that they are welcome and supported here.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Sadly, in 2021, this year marked the deadliest year on record for hate crimes against transgender and gender nonconforming individuals, with at least 48 lives lost. Against this backdrop, the Chapel Hill Town Council wishes to acknowledge Transgender Day of Remembrance to raise awareness of this increasing epidemic of violence and also to mourn those who lost their lives to violence. As a council and a community, we are concerned by the fact that transgender Americans face significant stigma and discrimination, along with higher rates of unemployment and barriers to housing and healthcare, and that transgender students are significantly more likely to experience bullying or harassment at school due to their gender identities. Additionally, almost half of all transgender individuals in the US will attempt suicide at one point in their lifetime, a rate that is 8 times higher than the rest of the US population. At the same time, the transgender community has shown incredible resilience in the face of adversity in all aspects of their lives. Therefore, by way of tonight's resolution, the town of Chapel Hill acknowledges and mourns the lives of transgender and gender nonconforming people we've lost in the last year due to violence. We recognize the crisis of increased violence against transgender people, particularly transgender women of color who are disproportionately targeted. And we celebrate the resilience and power of the transgender and gender nonconforming community as it fights for equal dignity and respect.
Thank you. Do we want to vote on this resolution? I think we should. So I think Ms. Stegman moves the resolution. Is there a second?
Resolution.
Moved by Ms. Stegman, second by Mr. Boyncy. All right, I'll do a roll call vote real quickly, but thank you for bringing this forward and for reading this, and we do very much support it. Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy?
Aye.
Ms. Gu?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. Thank you very much. Next up, on a different topic, we have a video from this year's Arbor Day celebration. So watch the video and then share a few words with you. Thank you. You can see a lot of work goes into planting our trees and selecting different kinds of trees. And about 2 years ago, we expanded Arbor Day into Arbor Week, and we put together a community tree committee to help promote the planting of trees in Chapel Hill. And the committee is now being spearheaded by the Friends of Chapel Hill Parks and Recreation, who, along with the Adopt a Trail team, helped coordinate the planting of over 77 trees along the Bowling Creek and Pritchard Park this year. A total of 120 to 130 volunteers were involved, including the East Chapel Hill Rotary Club, LDS Youth Group, and the Y Leadership Group, and a lot of neighbors and our own staff. And also during the week, Kids Zoo and the library also hosted special events. I also got to participate with the students again this year. It's always fun. We had the second graders from Northside Elementary who wrote poems, who sang songs, who were all about honoring the legacy of trees in our community. We want to thank everyone who was involved, including Jeanette and Neil Bench and members of the town's parks maintenance staff who coordinated everything. And we're going to have some more events this spring, but we're excited to plant the trees in our community. All right, there are several public information meetings coming up, and happy December 1st with all this going on. There is going to be the tennis court design tomorrow evening on December 2nd at 7:30. There'll be a public information meeting to discuss the design plans for the tennis courts at the Hargraves in Cedar Falls Park. On Monday, December 13th at 5:15, there'll be a presentation on the demolition of existing buildings and construction of 54 new affordable dwelling units at Trinity Court, which is also on our agenda this evening to look over. Wednesday, December 15th at 5:15, staff will hold a public meeting to provide information, to gather input and answer questions about a minor subdivision application for 811 Woodland Avenue. I know we're all disappointed about the holiday parade. I've gotten a lot of emails and phone calls about us not having the holiday parade this year. Carver and Chapel Hill have partnered together, but the JCs have run this event for many years in our community, and there was not enough time to coordinate putting that event together when we were informed that the other group would not be putting it on. And we're very sad about this, but we're already organizing and getting ready for next year when we can have this holiday parade come back to our town. So, but instead, just so that you know, there are other things are going on. The Downtown Partnership will be holding Chapel Hill Day markets on Franklin Street on the first 3 Sundays in December. Encourage everyone to come out and support our small businesses by shopping local. It's also just very festive and a lot of fun. So come on down and check that out on Sundays in December. And next week, we are going to be having our organizing meeting. On Wednesday, December 8th, we'll be holding the organizational meeting during which newly elected council members will be sworn in. So it is going to be limited number of attendees. We're sorry, but since we're meeting in person and trying to make sure we respect the indoor mandate, the mask mandate, keeping people separate, we are going to space her out and limit the number of people. It will be streamed, so anyone can watch that going on. One more final announcement. Last meeting, I neglected to announce that the council had appointed Simon Palmore to the Community Policing and Advisory Committee. We're excited to have people apply for our committees. We have more openings, but we are seeking diverse applicants. And the council really strives to find folks to help fill out and give different perspectives to our committees. So if you are interested in applying, we welcome you to apply, and we'll still be making appointments in the first of the year to these committees. And then again, by June, we have another round of applications. But we do have openings right now. So we really encourage people to apply. And I'm so sorry I didn't get to make that meeting at the end of the last meeting. So congratulations to Simon, and we look forward to working with you. Okay. We are going to move into our work session item list. There's other announcements from council members. Oh, Ms. Anderson.
I just wanted to say a quick happy 4th night of Hanukkah to those who celebrate. We've been enjoying it at our house.
Thank you. Happy Hanukkah to everyone. Yeah, thank you for reminding us of that. Appreciate that. Okay. We're going to move into our work session item. We did flip the 2 items so we could hear more about what our financial status is from the audit, and then learn more about the 5-year budget strategy, which is just a beginning conversation as we move into budget season. Welcome, Ms. Oland.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Can everyone see that okay? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
It's not in the full presentation mode, Amy, if you want to.
Okay, yes, sorry.
It just shows better when it is. So there you go. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Amy Oland, and I'm here this evening to provide a fiscal year 21 audit update. I am here alongside the town's external auditors, Martin Starnes, Brandy Fesperman. She will be beginning the presentation to talk about the external auditor's findings on our audit, and then I will come in and continue the conversation about our year-end results. Brandy?
Good evening. As Amy mentioned, I will be presenting on your 2021 audited financial statement results, and I'll also give you a little bit of information on our audit procedures. We work year-round with Amy in the business office just to stay up to date with what's going on with the town. We also read the minutes from each of your meetings, just so that we're aware if you have any new grants, any new pieces of debt, so that we can update our risk assessment and tailor our audit procedures to meet the risk that's involved. Typically, we come on site 2 times a year. The first is interim. This is late spring or early summer. At this time, we're looking at the town's internal controls. We perform any walkthroughs that are deemed necessary, and we look at your compliance. Your compliance will be your federal and state grants, such as Powell Bill and transit grants. Then we'll come back on site at final. This is late summer. At this time, we are analyzing your financial statements. We will be agreeing your general ledger balances to source documents and follow up with any open items we had at interim. During this time, we'll also hold an exit conference to discuss any outstanding items, which we did not have any this year. And then once we obtain the financial statements draft, we perform a technical review on those. We issue our opinion, and then we submit the report to the LGC. In the current year, we issued an unmodified opinion. That's a clean opinion. It's the best that we can give. And I would also like to say a quick thank you to Amy and the rest of the business office for always being prepared and helping us through the whole audit process. Here you can see the fund balance available as a % of expenditures net to Powell Bill. This is what the LGC uses to compare you to other units that are about your same size. As you can see, in 2021, you had 42% compared to 44% in 2020. The minimum is 25%, and the average is 46% for similar units. So you're well above the minimum, and you're right at that average number. And just to summarize, we did not see any red flags during our audit process. Your report was submitted timely, which is pretty typical for the town of Chapel Hill. And it appears that you have a stable property tax valuation and collection percentage. All right, are there any questions for me? All right, well, I would like to thank the council and the mayor for allowing us to be your auditors again this year. We really value that relationship, and we look forward to serving you in the years to come.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandy.
Amy, you want to share more with us?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
You'll hear a lot from me tonight.
It's not in presentation. There you go.
It keeps doing. Sorry. There we go. Okay. Well, good evening again, Mayor and Council. I'm here this evening to present on the fiscal year 21 audit
We lost it,
results.
Amy. You're back in.
Is it-
There you go.
Okay. I'm here this evening to provide a fiscal year 21 audit results and financial update for the first quarter of fiscal year 22. My presentation this evening is 14 slides and should last about 20 minutes. So the goal of my presentation this evening is to provide an update on the financial highlight indicators at the end of fiscal year 21, to provide the general fund results at the end of June 30th, to provide the funding framework for the multiple discussion items that are on our agenda this evening, to talk about other fund results at the end of June 30th, and also to provide a fiscal year 22 Q1 update. No action is needed from council this evening. So as you just heard from Brandy, with Martin Starnes, the town's external auditors have given the town an unqualified or clean opinion on the financial statements for the period ended June 30th, 2021. The town was awarded the Certificate for Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Government Finance Officers Association for the fiscal year 2020 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. We believe that the fiscal year 21 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report also fulfills the requirements to meet and receive this award. This would make our 36th year receiving the reward. The town also continues to maintain our AAA bond rating, which is the highest rating we can achieve. This rating helps keep the town's cost of borrowing to a minimum. So the town had an incredibly strong fiscal year 21 that we attribute to several things. First, conservative budgeting practices. The town was extremely conservative going into the fiscal year 21 budget, as we recognized that there were numerous factors that we didn't know how the pandemic would impact. The second is unexpected sales tax growth. We anticipated a 5% decline going into fiscal year 21 from prior year revenue, but we actually saw a 15.7% increase over prior year sales tax revenues. This was unprecedented growth that we had not experienced in the past and hope to see going forward, but we just don't know. We are really going month by month to determine if this will continue. And the third was personnel savings from the hiring freeze. So during fiscal year 21, as a measure to help combat the effects of the pandemic, we implemented a hiring freeze. We kept that hiring freeze all through the year. The town typically experiences about $2 to $3 million in personnel savings each year, which is about 10% of the town's full-time positions, about 60 to 70 positions, being vacant. And so those personnel savings are from normal turnover, retirements, and things of that nature. However, because of the hiring freeze, we had $5.9 million in personnel savings for 21. So at the end of the fiscal year 21, we had overall fund balance up in the general fund by just over $7 million, bringing our total fund balance to $34.3 million. Our available fund balance was up by $5.9 million, bringing the balance to $21 million. And our available fund balance percent was 35.3%. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that means next. So as we talk about what available fund balance means, we look at our unassigned fund balance. And these are funds that remain available for appropriation by the council after all commitments for future expenditures, required reserves that are required by state statute, and previous designations have been calculated. The town defines the remaining amounts as available fund balance. The town strives to maintain a targeted unassigned fund balance as defined by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, also known as GASB, at the close of each fiscal year equal to 22% of the general fund expenditures, including transfers. To determine the amount of available fund balance, we take the unassigned fund balance at June 30th, which was equal to $20,989,439, and divide that by total expenditures for fiscal year 21, which was $59,376,447, and that gets us to 35.3%. Then to determine the amount that's actually available to appropriate for use, we take the unassigned fund balance that was calculated at that 35.3% and subtract the target unassigned fund balance amount that's calculated at 22% to get a total of $7.9 million. What this tells us is that we have $7.9 million that we are able to appropriate for use. Unassigned fund balance in excess of this 22% target can be used for one-time capital, OPEB, and other one-time uses. So as council considers how much of the excess fund balance to actually appropriate, there are some important factors to consider. Fiscal year 21 expenditures were much lower than usual. We had $2.2 million in budget cuts in the areas of maintenance and vehicles and OPEB and some other transfers. And we had $2.5 million in additional personnel savings due to the hiring freeze. It is up to council to determine how much fund balance to appropriate, but staff recommendation would be to reduce the amount from the amount that's available of 7.9 million to 4.5 million to ensure that we finish fiscal year 22 at or above or just above the 22%. So on this slide, I've tried to walk through how I got to the $4.5 million. Quickly, as we look at this calculation, in the numerator, the 16.5 million comes from the fiscal year 21 unassigned fund balance, which was 21 million, and subtracting the amount that we would anticipate to use, that's the 4.5 million. That gets us to 16.5 million. And this would all be as we calculate for next year to stay at that 22%. For the denominator, we would take the fiscal year 22 adopted budget for the general fund of 71 million. We would subtract the amount that we know that we typically don't spend, that's about 5 million. We would add in the amount of the carry forward that carried from fiscal year 21 into 22 that we would anticipate spending. And then we would add in the excess fund balance appropriation of 4.5 million, which if we appropriate, we would anticipate that we would spend. And that gets us to 72.5 million. So you can see that calculating this out gets us to just over the 22% at 22.8%. So as we're talking about why we're here and what we wanted to talk to you about in the agenda this evening, we start with the 5-year budget strategy, which you'll hear about in the next presentation. And the purpose of the 5-year budget strategy was to present council with a high-level organizational review of the town's resources and needs. At the same time as we consider the organization's long-term needs, we have several exciting funding opportunities that need to be evaluated strategically. The first, the topic that we're here talking about right now, is the excess fiscal year 21 fund balance, the 4.5 million that has been recommended for short-term use. We also have 2 longer-term visioning opportunities. The first is the American Rescue Plan that we'll be providing an update on later this evening. We have about $10 million remaining, and that's after we had set aside about $650,000 for Revive. And there are 5 general categories of allowable uses that we'll talk a little bit more about later that will allow opportunity for the town to accomplish a lot of things. And then the infrastructure bill. Little is known at this time about how much we might receive or how the funds can be used, but we know that this is a potential source of funds in the near future. And all of this helps get us to the fiscal year 23 budget development. So we'll be having lots of additional conversations between now and June as we get ready to adopt the fiscal year 23 budget. So we're here this evening to introduce the topic of the excess fund balance to council. As we consider potential uses for these funds, we need to look at the needs that will be identified in the next presentation on the 5-year budget strategy. This one-time funding provides council with the ability to address some council and community interests, organizational needs, and recovery and restoration from the pandemic. We know that budget cuts were made to help balance the budget in fiscal year 21, and we have to consider the impact of these cuts on the backlog of needs that are addressed in the 5-year budget strategy. So here's a list of some of council's strategic goals and the town's organizational needs that council could consider allocating these funds to. Affordable housing, this has been a strong interest of council and of the organization and community for many years. We have set aside dollars with the affordable housing bonds, but we know that there are so many more needs out there identified. Building and fleet maintenance, we've talked with council for several years about the backlog of building maintenance and vehicle needs. So this would be an opportunity to try and address some of those backlog of needs. The compensation of classification study implementation will be coming back to council in January with this topic. Council set aside $400,000 with the fiscal year 22 budget to help get that implementation started. Looking at the results, we know that there is a significant need over and above that 400,000. And so we'll be talking to council about the potential of setting additional funds aside, as it's important as we consider recruitment and retention of our employees to make sure that we're competitive in the markets. And capital needs. We have a long list of capital needs, only so much debt capacity that we can use. And so setting aside some funds for some of the smaller capital projects that we have on our list. So no decisions are required this evening. We will return at the January work session to have a more in-depth discussion about how much excess fund balance council wants to appropriate and how to allocate the funds. So I wanted to talk very quickly about some of the other funds and how they fared at the end of fiscal year 21. So the debt fund finished fiscal year 21 with a reduction of $2.3 million. But this was planned as the debt fund loaned $3.4 million for initial project expenditures for the East Rosemary deck and the Elliott Road reconstruction projects. We were not closing on the limited obligation bonds until August, and we had initial expenditures that we needed to pay for. So now that we have borrowed those dollars, this $3.4 million is being returned back to the debt fund, and that will be seen as we close out fiscal year 22. The transit fund added $7.1 million in fund balance, and this is largely the result of $5.7 million in CARES funding, and then some additional personnel savings that were experienced during the year. The parking fund saw a reduction of $174,000 in fund balance. This actually would have been higher if we had made the transfer from the parking to the debt fund to pay for the debt service, but we did not make that transfer. The parking fund was hit really hard by the impacts of the pandemic. We expect to see recovery as things continue to return to some level of normalcy, and we'll report back on continued financials and impacts as we talk about fiscal year 22. The housing fund added $143,000 in fund balance due to stable revenue stream from federal HUD funds and from rent revenue, even through the pandemic, and as a result of some personnel savings that were experienced through the year. The stormwater fund had a planned reduction of $1.8 million. Stormwater had a rate increase in fiscal year 2020 to help pay for debt service for some capital projects, the first of which was the Booker Creek Storage Basin project. Construction began in fiscal year 21 and is anticipated to be completed this year. And so these dollars that were spent down were a result of the capital project expenditures related to that project. And lastly, the OPEB trust. So we had some very exciting news with our fiscal year 21 results with our other post-employment benefit liability. The town's OPEB liability decreased by $26.8 million and went from $59 million to $32.2 million. The town made a provider change for retiree health care that resulted in a 50% decrease in premiums in 2020. The actuarial valuation now assumes that Medicare is expected to cover the claims for all post-65 retirees. And so as a result of the decrease in the premiums, the anticipated resulting claims also decreased. The combination of both of these factors drastically reduced our liability. So moving into a fiscal year 22 Q1 update, we'll take a look at revenues first. So property taxes were up $1.5 million as a result of the revaluation and the higher tax base, and just a larger number of payments received earlier in the year. We see variation in when payments are received. Tax bills go out typically end of July. We see the heaviest turnaround of payments in November and December, but sometimes we see a peak when bills first go out for those who just want to get those bills paid. Sales taxes have a 3-month lag between collection and receipt of funds. So during the first quarter of the year, we're still collecting the last 3 months of the prior year, which is why you see no revenues listed for fiscal year 22. Occupancy taxes make up the majority of the other taxes category. Occupancy taxes have a 1-month lag between collection and receipt of funds. Occupancy taxes were up $96,000 in the first 2 months of fiscal year 22 as we continue to see economic recovery from the pandemic. Intergovernmental revenues include grants we receive from federal, state, and local sources and monies from state, including utility franchise tax, Powell bill, state fire protection, state library aid, and beer and wine tax. Intergovernmental revenues are lower in fiscal year 22 for 2 reasons. First, in last year, we received about $200,000 from FEMA reimbursement related to hurricanes that we had. that we did not have any of this year. And second, we had received our first quarter library and park support payments from Orange County last year, but we had not received it this year in Q1. Charges for services include revenues from facility rentals, planning fees, public work fees, and parks fees. In the first quarter of fiscal year 22, parks fees are up by $247,000 as facilities continue to reopen and programming resumes. And planning revenues are up by $102,000, and that is really just dependent on what development projects are in the queue. Licenses and permits include revenues from inspections, fire, planning, public works, and vehicle licenses. During the first quarter of fiscal year 22, inspection revenues were down by $250,000. This, similar to planning revenues, just depend on what projects happen to be in the queue. And lastly, other revenues, which are not recurring and are just a little bit difficult to compare from one year to the next. At the end of the first quarter, we would have expected to have spent about 25% of our expenditure budget. Our actual is 21.9%. One of the big areas that contribute to the amount that we save at the end of each year is from personnel savings that I talked a little bit about earlier. Vacancies create personnel savings that we rely on to help offset the amount of fund balance that we appropriate when we balance and adopt our budgets. At the end of the first quarter, the town had spent 24.8% of our personnel budget. This is actually inflated since we had an extra payroll hit in the first quarter due to how the calendar fell. So actually, the total percentage was less. Projecting out our payroll for the year, if we continue on the same trajectory, we would see about $4 million in personnel savings this year. Departments are hard at work attempting to fill their vacancies, but based on the labor market, this has proven a little more difficult than anticipated. And at the end of the first quarter, the town had spent 15% of our operating budgets. This is comparable to where we were last year at this time. So this concludes my presentation for this evening. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Amy, and congratulations to Team Jones and Olin for helping us save monies and get through the pandemic without having huge budget deficits. I know a lot of towns, and talking to other mayors across the country, have huge deficits in their budgets that they're going to have to make up. We're very fortunate that we put some good practices into place and that the sales tax revenues were so high that we now have an operating, a surplus. I think it's prudent for us to talk about not spending the entire surplus depending on what happens the rest of this year. But I do think it lends us to thinking, and not that you have to make any decisions tonight, to thinking about bigger, broader one-time projects or things that we can do with these monies. You would never want to program them in for continuation budgets, but it's a very exciting time for Chapel Hill. So questions from the council. Since we're work session, we'll go with Jess, followed by Michael.
Yeah, thank you. I have two questions. The first is when we talk about the surplus, is that does that include staffing up again? I mean, I know our staff is very lean right now, but I mean, like lean and starved, not lean and efficient necessarily. I mean, amazing, but like we need some more staff. And yes, I understand that it's hard to hire, but I'm just wondering if the surplus takes into account hiring for those positions that were frozen.
Yeah,
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, those positions were restored in this fiscal year, or at least they were reopened. We never took the positions away last year. We simply froze them, and we have restored those positions and have begun hiring for those positions. We lifted the hiring freeze in July of this year.
Okay, so we don't need to worry about funding for those frozen positions in terms of the surplus that we have. Okay, great.
Can I, Councilmember Barrows, if I could just add, I would just say, so yes, the budget has restored, the budget was never really taken away for any of those positions. So from the budget side, we're fine. I would only say that the one piece, as I walked council through the calculation about the excess fund balance and the recommendation to reduce the amount from the 7.9 to a smaller amount, is to account for the fact that we had so much personnel savings in fiscal year 21, and that is not typical. And so because of that extra savings, it really reduced our expenditures. And so that calculation of excess fund balance is based on how much we spend. And so if we resume to a more normal level in 22, we just need to be mindful of not spending that entire amount available so that we don't fall below the 22% at the end of fiscal year 22.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, thank you for that. My other question is about kind of getting community input before we make any big decisions. So I'm wondering if we're going to, talk tonight about potential things and then somehow bring it out to the community to get, obviously we have to raise our hands in the new year, but I'm just wondering how we hear from our, not-for-profit boards, from our advisory boards, from the public, just so we can have, we can hear from folks on what the interests are.
Well, we'll be talking a little bit later to the council about the engagement process for ARPA. And we could certainly include this. We tend to make decisions about this a little bit sooner. We were planning to make decisions about this a little bit sooner to try to get some of these projects moving along. Because I think with ARPA, and once again, we'll talk to council about this in a little while, we were planning to come back, have a very robust community engagement process, and then come back to council with recommendations in May.
Gotcha. So that doesn't really match up with the timeline.
Now, from a community engagement standpoint, but that doesn't mean we couldn't have a hearing, for instance, for council as well. But we do have a couple of opportunities to chat with council about this over the course of the next couple of months.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I wasn't thinking of something that robust, but some way of hearing from the public, I think would be helpful. But yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Michael?
Yeah, a few things. Thanks, Amy. As always, you guys knock it out of the park, and particularly in this difficult, almost hard to believe it's almost 2 years now. You guys have really gone above and beyond. So thank you. A couple of things. One, at least for me, I know that you show the first quarter actual against the first quarter last year actual, but for me, it's also very helpful to see actual versus budget, because I want to know how we're doing versus budget. Last year was last year, but if we're overspending or underperforming our budget, even if it's better than last year, that is at least theoretically problematic. So perhaps in the future you could display how we're doing against budget as well. Second, in terms of the surplus, I may have missed it but how much, if any, of the surplus is due to the CARES Act money versus, our own being frugal and saving money or getting more sales, way more sales tax revenue? If you could, again, you don't have to do that tonight, but if you could sort of break out of the $7.9 million surplus, how much is attributable to things we did in terms of staff reductions, and you showed some of that. How much is attributable to the sale, the increased amount of sales tax? How much is attributable to CARES Act funding, if at all? So that gives us a sense of, what we can start thinking about, even looking forward to the future. And then two other points. I know we're not making any decisions tonight, but I was curious as to why, when you listed out the potential uses of the surplus, I didn't see anything in there for climate action. And it seems like that has been, one of the council's top priorities for a couple of years now. And I think anything that we can do to accelerate climate action, I think would be, again, if we, particularly if there are, one-time capital expenditures that we can make, I think that would be really helpful. And another thing that at least is sort of a priority for me is, could using some of these surplus funds, and the answer may be no, but could using some of these surplus funds help us accelerate the LUMO rewrite, or is that schedule really determined just by how long it takes to get through certain steps, and that putting more money against it wouldn't make it go any faster? And again, you don't need to answer that tonight, but I think if we could think about, right now it looks like we're on a 3 or 4 year path for getting the LUMO rewrite done. And I think, since we started, it feels like decades ago. If we, if we could accelerate it, that would be nice. But again, thanks for all your hard work. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And we'll look into the LUMO rewrite question and get back to you about that. I would say with climate action, it is certainly one of our top priorities. As you all know, we allocated $500,000 in year one with the anticipation of increasing that in future years. And so it's certainly near the top of the possibilities. And we'll have more on what our needs are when it comes to climate action when we talk about the 5-year budget strategy.
And if I could just address the attributable factors, it's really actually a little bit more convoluted and complex.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that.
Some of the factors, but it's very complicated on how we arrive at that number. But I did want to just address the CARES dollars did not impact. Those are accounted for in another fund. They are accounted for outside of the general fund.
Okay.
And the same thing with the American Rescue Plan. Those dollars are not mixed in. We were accounting for those funds separately as well. And so those did not contribute to the 7.9, just for context.
So how much money is left from CARES Act?
The CARES we've spent, so we had just over 1.5 million and all of those dollars were spent.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Anyone else? Questions? Okay. Well, again, thank you. And we'll be all thinking about ideas and we'll be reaching out to get ideas from the community as well. So we're going to move next into the 5-year budget strategy and hear what the first round of information on that.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again, everyone. I'm here with a host of staff who will help walk you through the first of what will be many discussions to come on how best to develop our 5-year budget strategy. During the budget process back in 2019, we discussed with Council our concern about how far we had fallen behind in funding for many of our community and organizational needs. We agreed at the time to begin a project to review our funding levels and develop a 5-year budget strategy. And we started work on that in the fall of 2019. Had a lot of folks in the organization who worked really hard on this process. Finished it up in early 2020. We actually started to begin having some discussions with Council about the 5-year budget strategy when the pandemic hit. And at that point, we said we're gonna take a pause here because we weren't entirely clear on how things would play out from a financial standpoint, economic standpoint, with the pandemic. And so we put it on hold, and then we came back to it earlier this year where we felt that we felt pretty good about where things were heading from an economic standpoint here in Chapel Hill. And so we've worked to refine that strategy and information, and now we're coming to you this evening in what will be, as I mentioned, the first of many discussions on this item. What we're hoping was that this 5-year strategy would build connections between our strategic work plans and the possible expansion of programs within the organization, strengthen our department operating budgets to help meet operational needs, promote environmental resiliency, restore our PACO capital and vehicle replacement programs, which we have reduced significantly over the years, expand our building maintenance and street paving programs, and that it would help us sustain our enterprise funds as well. So I'd like to say up front that this is an effort to better understand our long-term needs, and there are very large numbers that were in this document, in this presentation. We do not expect that all these initiatives will be funded in the next 5 years, especially on the capital side. It may take 10, 15 years. The manager's office and business management have not thoroughly vetted all of the requests just yet. And so we'll be working with the council over the next few months and really years to figure out how best to move forward on these things. And maybe some of this funding may never occur, but it's the beginning of a long conversation about our priorities. And along the way, we will suggest a path forward for your consideration. We identified 7 theme areas: environmental sustainability, capital, human services, human capital, transportation, operational sustainability, and economic and financial sustainability. Each theme area began with a champion and a co-champion who then brought together a team of subject matter experts within the organization to perform data gathering and analysis of all of the topic areas. So we will begin our discussion this evening focused on the theme area of environmental sustainability. And I'll turn the presentation over to John Richardson, our Community Resilience Officer. John.
Thank you, Manager Jones. So the environmental sustainability theme focuses on investments that will strengthen operational and community sustainability. And we've organized this work to match the categories that are within your adopted climate action and response plan. The team that you see listed here on the slide consists of a variety of members of different departments and divisions. We estimate there to be a 5-year budget gap for this theme of at least $20.5 million. But as you saw in the report, we are also scoping a number of new programs this year that will help inform these projections in future reports. So over the next 4 slides, I'll briefly share more details about the budget gap. Next slide, please. So here you can see under buildings and energy, there are 3 main budget drivers. Our focus is on continuing to green our facilities and both grow our community energy programming in terms of renewables and community level programs for homes and businesses. Next slide. For transportation and land use, these are the 3 main budget drivers. So here our focus is on enhancing wayfinding as part of other investments in our mobility plan and in helping us, the town, our operation, as well as the community, make the switch to electric vehicles. Next slide. The 2 main budget drivers for this category includes stormwater maintenance as well as water quality improvements. So here the focus is on maintaining our physical infrastructure for helping us manage the volume of water we get when it rains. And that's, existing drains, culverts, things like that. And also to continue investing in the restoration of our natural infrastructure for addressing water quality. So things like stream restoration, bioretention, et cetera. Next slide, please. And finally, under resiliency, these are the 3 main budget drivers. So here the focus is on the natural environment, tree planting, land acquisition, as well as climate outreach programming and coal ash remediation. And that concludes the environmental sustainability theme portion of the presentation tonight.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Scott Clark, the Chief Information Officer for the town, and I had the opportunity to lead be the champion for the capital theme. As you can see here, the capital theme is focused on parts of the budget that deal with the acquisition, maintenance, and replacement of assets such as land, buildings, equipment, infrastructure, vehicles, and technology. Next slide, please. Our group broke the information down into 13 subtopics, which are listed here and on the next slide. And as you can see, we have a fairly hefty number that is projected for the 5 years. And as Manager Jones said, it's not expected that we'll do this all in 5 years. This is part of the CIP, which is the capital improvement program, and will be fed by the funding that is available in our borrowing capacity. Next slide, please. So the key takeaways from this group, first of all, I should mention that capital items are typically things that cost more than $50,000 and or have a longevity of 10 years or more. Most of the items that you'll see in the report are supported by assessments and standards for inventory such as those. And so the report reflects that $94 million, as I noted before. And the idea is that that amount of money would be needed to eliminate the backlogs of deferred capital purchases and substantial maintenance that needs to be done, and also the anticipated capital purchases and substantial maintenance that should be scheduled over a period of time. And as noted, we know that it will take more than 5 years, in part because of the amount of money, and most of it will be managed through the capital improvement program. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Lauren Clark, your Deputy Town Manager. And tonight I'm here to present about the human services theme area. Ray Buckley and I co-champion this theme area with a team from various departments throughout town. And we defined our theme area as simply as programs, services, and initiatives that support all residents so they're able to thrive. Next slide, please. And this slide lists the 7 topic areas that we covered in our section, and more information about each of those areas can be found in the document tonight. Next slide, please. So we identified our funding gap of $15.8 million over the next 5 years for human services programs that breaks down as follows: $14.6 million for affordable housing, $913,000 for human services and community engagement, and $316,000 for recreation and leisure. Again, that's over a 5-year period, and we do estimate that not all these funds would necessarily come from the town. There would be other sources to identify, or we'd have to identify to meet these needs. Next slide, please. So some of the key human services takeaways are, first, that since the beginning of the pandemic, we've prioritized funding for COVID relief, and we expect to see a continued and possibly increased need for human services programs to support the community as we recover over the next several years. Second, continuing our partnerships and identifying new partners will allow us to enhance our focus on engagement and outreach efforts to reach residents that currently are not being served by our existing programs. And third, we will move toward fully resourcing our community connections efforts that includes racial equity, language access, and equitable engagement to reach more members of our community. And up next is Susan Brown to talk about the human capital theme area. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this theme area is human capital, which, while useful as a technical term, doesn't really fully describe the people power behind it. So this is really talking about our personnel budget and a little bit of touch into our operational budget, but primarily our personnel budget. And it's really talking about the 700 plus employees, their knowledge, skills, and abilities, and their passion and commitment for serving the people of Chapel Hill. Next slide, please. So the overview of this theme, and to sort of set it up, is residents of Chapel Hill enjoy world-class service, and that service is provided by our people. Those are those core services of story times at the library, and garbage pickup, and fire, and police, and transit, all of those frontline services. Our employees also carry out your council and our community's strategic goals, including many of the things that are included in this plan, from economic viability to environmental sustainability. And the fourth thing to really set this up, and these next 2 slides up, is we will need to make significant adjustments to both what we pay our people and the number of people that we employ in the next 5 years in order to achieve council goals, respond to community interests, and continue those core services. Next slide, please. Thank you. So these are some we landed on the 3 C's here of 3 key things that are impacting this theme area, and that's COVID. Of course, from the Great Resignation to mental health crises to remote work options, COVID continues to have an impact on our people and our personnel budgets. The next C is the competitive labor market. The regional job market for local government was competitive pre-COVID and continues to be. And every department is struggling to hire top talent and losing well-trained folks to other local governments. So it's a very competitive job market nationally and regionally, and we expect that to continue in the next 5 years. And finally, class and comp, which is short for classification and compensation. The council will receive a full overview of the class and comp study from the manager and others, I believe, in January. But spoiler alert, the class and comp study will have a significant impact on this theme and our personnel budgets moving forward. The summary from the consultant that we've used is that for an organization like ours, and in a time like this, it's a we can expect a 5 to 15% increase in our personnel budget with any kind of a class and comp study. Next slide, please. So the key takeaways, how we frame this up, and you can see much more information in your full report, is the first scenario is if we don't do anything different, if we don't add any new positions, and if we don't change our pay plan at all, we will still have some known increases over the next 5 years based on our annual cost of living adjustments and estimates on annual insurance premium increases. And that equates to approximately 1.7 million annually, or a total of 8.5 over the next 5 years. Scenario 2 is if we want to implement that class and comp plan and be able to robustly recruit and retain talent, that's going to have a price tag too, which luckily can be phased in, and you'll hear more on those phases, but that estimate is 3.1 million over the next 5 years. And then the third scenario is if we not only adjust our pay plan, but we also adjust the makeup and the number of our workforce. And we asked senior leadership team to think about their strategic goals over the next 5 years and how the nature of their core businesses might change in the next 5 years. And to really think hard, not, pie in the sky, but really, really think lean as we do now. That's an estimated 85 new positions needed in the next 5 years, with an estimated cost of 7 million over the next 5 years for those. I think that's my last slide. I'm going to turn it over to, I believe, Brian Litchfield.
Thanks, Susan. Brian Litchfield, I'm the director for Chapel Hill Transit, and I have served as the co-chair for the transportation theme area along with Lauren Clark. The transportation theme area addresses connected mobility systems that provide residents and visitors with convenient choices to safely move around our community, supports regional connectivity and environmental stewardship. Next slide. The transportation section builds on council's strategic goals of connected community, which is to create a highly connected community where bicycling, walking, and transit are convenient everyday choices for neighborhoods, businesses, and public spaces. It identifies current, planned, and proposed projects, including maintenance of existing assets that will improve, expand, and help better integrate our multimodal networks consistent with the following adopted plans and policies: the Mobility and Connectivity Plan, the Orange County Transit Plan, the Greenways Master Plan, the Traffic Calming Policy, the Short Range Transit Plan, and the Vision Zero Resolution. So all of the work in the transportation section is based around either current or adopted plans and programs that the town currently has. Next slide. This gives you a sense, this slide gives you a sense of the topic areas that we covered. There were 7 of them within the transportation section, and there's a lot more detail on each of those sections within the report that you've been provided. Next slide. So the key takeaways for the transportation section is that, as you saw from the number of adopted plans, that there's been significant planning efforts that have identified community priorities. However, there's a lack of dedicated funding in many cases, and or new funding that limits the town's ability to move forward on key transportation projects. For example, on the transit side, while there's funding available through programs like federal and state grants and the Orange County Transit Plan, most of those items can only assist with some needs, and they're not adequate to meet all of the unfunded transit needs. The same goes for many of the greenways and other infrastructure projects like that. We count very heavily on state and federal grants or grants from the MPO to help fund those projects. And so unless we're able to get a grant, we usually don't have funding to move many of those forward. We also identified priorities that will increase access and connectivity and support walking, bicycling, and transit while reducing greenhouse gas emissions and assisting with land use and sustainability goals. So there's many connections between the transportation section and many other of the sections within this plan and within the council's priorities. And then also, last but not least, funding for maintenance of existing investments is very critical. So whether it's transit infrastructure or greenways or any other infrastructure that we've invested in, it's important to continue those investments and maintain that, so we're able to continue to provide the services our community expects. The estimated 5-year budget gap for transportation is fairly large. It shows 122 million without our BRT project. And again, it's important to note here that many of these projects are typically funded with outside sources, so federal, state, or MPO grants, and that's not accounted for in this. It's just simply the unfunded needs at this point. If we add in the funding gap for the North-South BRT project, which assumes about 150 million from federal and state sources, that gap rises to 263 million over the 5 years. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Chief Blue.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Chris Blue, and along with Ross Tompkins, we serve as co-champions in the theme area of operational sustainability. You see the rest of our team on this slide. When it comes to operational sustainability, what we mean by that are the resources needed to support and conduct our core services in the town. So next slide, please, Amy. We began our work by looking at the fiscal year 22 programs and ad expansion requests that were not included, not funded in the departmental budgets. Our analysis didn't include personnel-related spending and needs or capital projects, human service projects. You've heard about those in other areas tonight. This slide lists the topic areas that emerged from that analysis and that were discussed in the operational sustainability theme. I know you have information about this in your packets and in your 5-year budget document, so we will move on. Next slide, please, Amy. So our higher level takeaways are shown here. About 73% of our general fund budget is made up of personnel expenses. So the vast majority of it goes to paying the salaries and benefits of our excellent employees. The remaining 27% of the budget funds numerous operating and capital expenses, most of which, or many of which, increase from year to year. Since the town's revenue growth does not always keep pace with the rising cost of those expenditures, departments' operating budgets often absorb those cost increases. For example, cost of annual software support contracts typically increases about 5% from year to year. We're not always able to increase departmental budgets to account for this. That means that often departments actually reduce other line items, sometimes essential ones, to meet budget targets and to maintain those escalating costs from year to year. Other examples include reduced training for our employees, deferred maintenance and repair on facilities and fleet, or cutting back on supply purchases. And this also means that we may miss out on opportunities for innovation and forward-thinking programming that could actually enhance our service delivery or create operational efficiencies and savings going forward. You see here our gap estimated over 5 years is just under $7 million, a very different number than what you saw in Brian's presentation. So next up is Mary Jane.
Thank you. I'm Mary Jane Nerdlinger, your Deputy Town Manager, and I co-chaired the Economic and Financial Sustainability theme with Dwight Bassett, who is your Economic Development and Parking Services Director. And we've worked with the team that you see on this slide. Next slide, please. And we focused on these 4 areas. Our theme was a little different from the others. We weren't looking for a gap. We were looking for ways to fill the hole. We did not find enough money to fill all the gaps that you've seen tonight, but we did, I think, find some interesting things to look at. Next slide, please. You already got a lot of background this evening from Amy Olin about property tax and sales tax. They are the town's 2 primary sources of revenue. We included some historic data on each of those in the report, so you have that for context. One tool that the town has used to boost revenues is a long-term tool, and that is providing economic development incentives for key projects in town. We included data on those efforts in the full report as well. And that is one way of looking forward and trying to stimulate some of the economic growth to support the property tax and the sales tax revenues. Next slide, please. Several of our departments charge fees for services. And when we do that, the general philosophy in Chapel Hill has been to try to have the person or the entity benefiting from the service pay the fee. So some examples of that are parking, development, and recreation program fees. In some areas, we do waive fees based on need or to support the council and the town's key initiatives, such as affordable housing. So although we have a lot of fees, we don't always charge the full amount. And in our review of the departments that have those fee-for-service models, we highlighted some opportunities where we might adjust our fees in ways that more closely match the actual effort our staff is putting in for the service. For example, some of our building inspections and fire services do not have a fee, but they do require considerable staff resources. That might be an opportunity to match that fee for that service. Some of those fees may also reduce the demand for services, which is not a bad thing, because when we provide a free service, sometimes people take advantage of that. And if they have to pay even a nominal fee, it may help them use it more efficiently. We also found areas where we can try some new approaches, such as performance pricing for parking. And we've been piloting some adjustments along these lines and for hidden costs, such as credit card fees. So instead of absorbing those, there are opportunities to pass some of those through in a transparent manner. You'll find a lot more details about our review and some of those opportunities where we can adjust our practices in the full report. And I'll hand it back to the manager and Amy.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Council, a lot of information for you tonight. As we mentioned, this is the first phase of this process. Over the next few months, we'll connect this information that we have in our report to the excess fund balance allocation discussion that we just discussed a few minutes ago, and of course, the funding associated with the American Rescue Plan Act and with the federal infrastructure bill once we know more about it. An important next step in the process is the presentation of the classification and compensation study, those results to council in January. We'll also integrate the identified needs that we found in this 5-year budget strategy into the fiscal year 22-23 budget development process. And it's our goal to spend some time with you at the council retreat to continue this discussion as well. So it will be fully integrated into the discussions that we have with the council about the budget over the course of the next 3 to 6 months and beyond. So that concludes our presentation. We'll now turn to the council to get some preliminary input from you all on these priorities and answer any clarifying questions that you may have.
Thank you to all the teams that worked hard on these presentations. Some of the pictures were interesting too. We appreciate you sharing all this hard work with us, and we know you have been working hard on this. And we like the whole philosophy of looking forward 5 years or more on these plans. I know I see lots of hands up, so let's see. I've got Jess, Amy, Michael, Hongbin.
Yeah, thank you for this. I'm just wondering how we're going to understand better as this conversation goes on, what projected funds we will be getting in, that there were places where it's really not going to be funded by town funds. And I'm wondering how we parse that out, or how, when we'll get that projection of how much we actually have to cover, because these are such huge numbers. It feels overwhelming at best, but I know that it's actually, the burden is not completely on the town. So I'm just wondering how we actually make choices, given kind of incomplete information, or when we can get those projections, knowing that they won't be perfect and we don't always get all the things we, go for, but how that conversation happens.
Yeah, we will continue to try to refine those numbers, and it will be based on projects, right? And what those projects, what other additional funding, outside of the town, whether it's state or federal funding, what they're eligible for, what our realistic goals are realistic, or the how realistic it is to get that funding and to be awarded that funding. So we'll continue to work as a staff to refine that. I can't say exactly when we would be able to provide that information, but we can continue to work on that and at least try to envision what it would look like over the course of the next few years, right? If it goes much beyond that, it's really hard to tell. But we can tell you, what we've applied for at this point, where we're waiting to hear back from. especially from the federal government on a project like the BRT, for instance. And we can certainly provide that information to council and we'll try to work with council to get some estimates, try to work with our staff to get some estimates for you. But we also want to make sure everyone understands that these are just estimates and they could change significantly over.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think it would just be really helpful, even going into the council retreat, to have some idea of, I don't know the perfect way to do it, but some estimates of this is, a range. And if we get everything we apply for, which never happens that I know of in any organization, but if we get everything we apply for, then here's the shortfall versus, if historically these are the things we've won. I don't know, some way to show at least a range of what we're talking about. Cause I just don't think it's really hard to do the cost benefit and to weigh the different priorities when you don't really have numbers that are close to reality. So that I think that would be really helpful for me. But yeah, thank you for this.
Sure, thank you.
Amy Michael Hungbin.
Yeah, thank you. So at what point, Susan Brown talked about needing 85 new positions. Do you have any idea about what percentage that is of our current positions?
We have 770 regular employees, so it's part-time and full-time employees. Then we probably have a couple of hundred program support positions as well. So that kind of gives you, maybe 1,000 altogether, a little over 1,000. So that gives you a sense of the percentage there.
The magnet. Okay, and is that positions or actual? Because I know that there's a gap between how many people we actually have and how many positions we have.
Those are positions.
Those are positions. Okay. Okay, great. And I guess my only comment is, this is really complicated and and as you say, the numbers are humongous. I noticed though that in some places there are projects that have really, really big price tags and there are other ones that are a little more modest. So I wonder if at some point it would help to break those two out and kind of think, to look at low-hanging fruit separately from these really big ticket items, because we may be able to accomplish a bunch of smaller things more easily. So just think about trying to organize that and how we can maybe look at those a little differently.
It's good feedback. Thank you.
And one more thing, just as I know it's a huge wish list and wish we could do it all, but I'm always interested in making sure that those operational needs that again often get cut in hard times, and that our personnel needs are met, and that we make sure to really invest robustly in those. New programs and new things are wonderful, and we need to be aspirational there. But I'm a big believer in the airplane mantra that you put your oxygen mask on first and make sure that your core is healthy, so you can really be providing services for the town. So as we move forward, that's going to be a strong interest of mine. So thank you.
Thank you.
Michael then Hongbin, or was it the other way around? Sorry.
Me, Hongbin?
Yeah.
Who goes?
Yeah, go ahead. No, Michael, then Hongbin, and I saw Karen and Alan. Okay.
Yeah, this is great. I just want to thank Maurice. I want to thank you and the entire staff. This is really a great first step, and it's really, really helpful to see all of this in one place and, start scaring myself. But I guess one question is, there's lots of things about the things we want to add, whether it's, of an operational nature or an aspirational nature. But as one thing I've kind of asked about for a couple of years now is some kind of a benchmarking study. I think as we look at the 5-year plan, I think it's always important to also make sure there aren't things we don't need to be doing anymore, and that, make sure that we're not just only adding, but there may be, and I have no particular opinion on this one way or the other, but there may be opportunities, there may be services we're providing, things that we're doing that are, either not being done well, not being done efficiently, or we just don't need to do them anymore. And so I think it would be helpful as part of this, it's sort of like, like Amy, looking at both sides of the balance sheet, right? And so I think if we can build into this process over the next several months, or even perhaps, into the next budget year, a really hard look at, what we're doing, what we're spending, where we're spending it. So at a minimum, we can assure our constituents that we're not wasting money and that all the dollars that they're paying in taxes are being, carefully and well spent. But otherwise, I think this is terrific. Just one last question. I have to confess, I didn't get through the entire report that you sent us. My bad. Can we send questions in over the next couple of
Absolutely.
weeks about, I don't want to start drilling down into specifics tonight, but I would like to, send some questions in about some specific
Absolutely.
items.
Yes, absolutely. We would encourage you to do that. Send it to Amy Oland and I. And I'll just comment briefly on the efficiency study that you're really talking about, effectiveness and efficiency study. If council, and we can have this discussion with you at a later date, but if that's something that council is interested in, we can come back and provide you with an estimate of what that would cost, and then talk about the best way to pay for it. It would take probably somewhere between 3 and 6 months to do a thorough study, maybe longer, depending on what we hear from potential vendors. But we could have that discussion with you all in January and February, and then go from there if the council wants to do that.
Great, thanks. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Ben, Karen, then Alan.
Yeah, so first just want to clarification for the numbers that you just presented. Are these the total budget for the next 5 years, or are these the items that are in addition to our regular operation, that these are the new spendings that we were expecting? So which one is the case?
This would be additional beyond what we currently have in our budget for this year. And if we were to just take our budget out, adding a small increase over a period of time, it's above that.
Okay, so it's above our regular.
That's correct.
Operation
That's correct.
budget. So if I remember correctly, our annual budget is around 111 million.
Somewhere in that range.
Somewhere around that, the 110 million.
Mhm.
So I think these are mostly for our regular operation. Is that correct?
That's correct. They provide, the services that we currently offer.
Okay, so then when you talk about, the items that you just read through, I didn't write down all the numbers, but they go easily like 500, 600, 700 million. So where would those additional, how do you envision those additional $600 to $700 million will come from in the next 5 years?
Yeah, I'd be careful about tossing out a number like that. I think we've tried to be very careful over the course of this presentation.
Yeah, I'm just trying to know what we're talking about. So,
Sure.
Yeah. Mhm.
And we're not talking about doing all of this in the next 5 years. Like, for instance, the capital side, I think we put out a number of 94 million. It's probably a pretty big number, obviously. And that would be if all of those items are funded, and not all of them are going to be funded, that would be over the course of a 15-year CIP effort, right? That goes beyond what we currently have right now plugged into our budget. We would have to have those discussions about how do you generate the revenue in order to pay for that. And as Mayor Pro Tem Parker mentioned, maybe there's a good discussion about prioritization about what we're currently doing as well.
Yeah, well, I think of course we need to go down to all those very specific details, but I just want to understand the question, like what kind of money we're talking about. So given that we have $110 million in our annual budget, and most of it, we need to pay the salary, we need to run the basic collecting trash and those like regular operations. So if we need to take on additional capital project or the environmental project, transportation connectivity project, every one of them, I will see the merit to justify why they're so important. But what kind of money that we're talking about, that in addition to the regular operation, what kind of money, just very rough framework, I think will be helpful if you can tell us, let's say, in addition to that 110 million, or within that 110 million, how much of them will be possible for those take on those more longer term kind of capital projects? Is that 20 million, 30 million? I think that probably, really ground us down, like what we're talking about.
Yeah, and we'll have that discussion with council over the next few months, obviously, as we continue to move forward. And we'll be talking to council and ultimately to the public as well about, well, what are our priorities as we move forward, right? That we've identified all these needs, but what's most important, and then, what are we willing to do in order to get there? So that will be part of the discussion, and we'll refine that over time.
Yeah, well, I think I understand that it will take time, like, to nail down to more specific numbers. But from my own experience of participating in that exercise in the council retreat, I think it will be very helpful for us to define the question or the task first and say, we have 110 million, that's our total budget, year after year. There may be like some increase, 2% or 1.5%, 5% increase year over year. Then in addition to our regular operation costs, then what kind of money that we can expect to take on those mid-range projects, a 5-year term. Let's say we have additional 10 million, we need to budget over 5 years. So that's 50 million. Then we can talk about what our priorities are, what are the things that we need to take on versus others. I feel that will be, to us really focus on what kind of things that we're talking about. Otherwise, it's a 700 million wish list. Then sometimes we just do not know how to get started. So I'm just sharing my own experience. I feel like if you really define the questions clearly, then that will really help the council to focus.
Well, as council said to us when we first started this discussion, you may recall, it was the first budget process that I was part of here. And we identified some areas in which we felt we needed to just do a deep dive and try to understand what our needs are. And we've done that now as council directed. So this is the first step in that process, and we will continue over the course of the next, as I said before, next few months, probably years, having discussions about how do we address those needs as an organization in concert with what our community needs are too. So it will take some time, and I understand your concerns about it being too large without having an understanding of how you may pay for it. But we will have that discussion with council in the next 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, well, I just hope that we will clearly define what the scale of what's the capacity we have, and then we can talk about, then we can help the council to focus.
Absolutely.
Because I have gone through the process for 4 years. I'm just hoping that, every year we have a good conversation, have a long list of the wish lists, but in the end, just feel like I don't know where to get started. But I think if we clearly understand what the monies are, or, within a range, or what the priorities are, then we can talk about how to focus and really take.
Yeah, and it will be really important, obviously, as you mentioned, to focus in on how do we pay for whether it's a fraction of what we're talking about or half of what we're talking about over the course of the next 5 to 10 years, 15 years or so. We need to have a good conversation about how best to pay for that. And what I have found here in Chapel Hill in the 3 years that I've been here is that when we've had good discussions with the community about what our needs are, for instance, affordable housing, we've put money aside and folks have been willing to pay for that. And I think we need to have that healthy discussion about where we are today and where we want to be in the future. And so, yes, that'll be part of that conversation for sure.
I also want to make sure we're not conflating operating budget and capital needs together. I see Amy Olin shaking her head. We have our debt fund, which is not part of that other operating fund budget. We have a debt fund where we borrow monies to pay for things over 20 years. Things roll in and roll out. We can also increase our debt fund if we so wish. We can move things around. So it is a complex puzzle, but there are, for the larger projects we're talking about, the capital expenses, they don't come out of the operating fund. They come out of the debt fund across a 20-year period. So whether they get started next year, they get started in 10 years, that number gets stretched out in different ways. So it's hard when you try to conflate the two together. It doesn't really work that way. So, all right, we have Karen.
Yes, go ahead.
Karen, followed by Alan.
Thanks. Yeah, I want to start with just saying that, I found this incredibly helpful to have this laid out this way. It's really, I think, the first time I've seen, from departments, and thank you for working across departments too. I think that's hugely important to lay this out, to have even ballpark estimates of costs. It's clearly much more than we'll be able to do. And we know that, but having it all so we can start looking at it and prioritizing, I think is just really helpful. And it's, clearly took a lot of work. So thank you for that. I think it was a really good first step. And I think I'm gonna mostly echo Councilmember Parker in terms of, it's a sobering picture of what we have and have not been able to do, and the things we've had to delay. And I strongly agree with the fact that we'll need to look at what we want to do and what we're not going to do, and what we're going to stop doing. And I really feel like everything has to be on the table in a creative sense, but in terms of efficiencies and why we do the things we do, and really be really kind of poke at everything, even things that are just kind of considered, oh, that's what we do because we've always done it. It doesn't necessarily mean that we keep doing it. And we have some really pressing priorities, from climate change and affordable housing to just our parks maintenance. It made me so sad to read that. That's just such a basic service that we should be providing, to have safe and well-functioning parks facilities, and we haven't been able to keep up with that. And, so I feel like that's got to be a priority, to catch up. There's really a catch up to do. Having it all there is really helpful in figuring out how to get some of that done. But I'm also really concerned about, I think it was Amy who said this about our situation with our staff. I know we already were understaffed. COVID has made that worse. And I know we've lost some really good folks. And as you said, it's just more and more competitive. And COVID, in my other work life, it's a cumulative effect. The stress and the exhaustion is there, and we need to take care of our staff so we don't lose more of them. And I think we need to really not just of course, the pay and all that is really important, but also at, different working conditions and different things I know our advisory boards, staffing those take a lot of time and a lot of nights that put a lot of strain on our staff. So I think we need to revisit that. What is the right structure for that? How often should boards meet? Things like that are maybe costing us. We know the housing, the lack of housing, and people having to drive. I think we really need to take a holistic look at that, because we're only as good as we've said as our staff. And what else do I want to say? I mean, I've got specifics, but I won't go into that now. And I also just wanted to make an editorial comment about it was really helpful to see all the things that the town does. There's so much, right? And you all, of course, know that, but and then look at how we spend our time at council meetings, and it's such a disconnect. So I also put in a vote, whether that's the LUMA rewrite or whatever we need to do to shift the time council is spending, because we have responsibility of oversight over all of those things. And yet we spend like 90% of our time talking about development applications. So I think that's a really good reminder. And I know we're already having these conversations, but we've got to figure out how we spend more time on some of these other priorities as well. So thank you. I look forward to the further conversations.
Thank you. You've made some great points. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Right. Alan and Ty, do you want to weigh in?
Yep. So just one question. First off, want to thank you for all of your work on this. This was a tremendous amount of work that you, Mr. Jones, and the team did. And I'm sad that I won't be around to help see it through with you all. But alas, I am really curious about the operational sustainability and specifically the requests made over time for new improved technology that would improve efficiency and workload for staff. I'm just curious, do you have a list of budget requests for all the new technology that has been asked for? And also wondering if you have a sense of how much more efficient and easier it would make staff's time and work.
Yes, we do have a list of the requests that have come in the last couple of years. Some of those have been, we've been able to provide funding for them, and others we haven't been able to. So yeah, we can certainly provide that list for future discussions. And in terms of the impact, it's really hard to say right now. It really is, kind of based on each project and each piece of technology that we bring in. And I don't think we've done and I turn to Scott Clark on this. I don't think we've done a comprehensive look at that and how much time it would save, and how effective it would be from that standpoint. But we could certainly spend a little bit of time on that and try to figure that out for future discussions as well.
Got it. And I'm fully cognizant that, with my comment and question, I'm just paying it forward at this point.
Well, we appreciate it. And especially that nod to the need to advance our technology. It really is important on a lot of different levels, from security to, as you mentioned, efficiencies within our organization. And I think we've taken some really important steps in recent years, but there's still plenty of opportunities out there to help improve us, what we're offering there for our employees and for the public.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Ty?
I'll just echo the thanks from my colleagues. I also haven't had a chance to completely read through the 131-page 5-year budget strategy, so my bad. Also, I will echo Councilmember Buensi's comments about the technology. I know, I would say my number one priority is the staff and our staffing levels, just because almost all of our services are human capital based. But I do think there's a lot of technology out there that can really enhance their efficiency and things like that. And then adding on that vein, I think I saw something about it, but cybersecurity, I think, is going to become an increasing of importance, especially with all the ransomware attacks that towns are facing across the country. Our neighbors, Chatham County got GWOP'd, Durham got GWOP'd. So, we're prime targets for stuff like that. So I think investments in cybersecurity infrastructure is essential for us to not only protect our town, but our community as a whole.
Agreed.
Okay, well, thank you for this presentation. We look forward to more information as we move through our budget process, and we bring on some new council members to weigh into the conversation as well. I also think it's great for the public to be able to see the needs that the town has. And so hoping this document can be posted. And I do believe you have a new analytics person ready to start pretty soon to help us look at some of the data and the information that we have going on and help with understanding where we are on certain aspects and goals that we have out there.
We absolutely do, and we'll continue this conversation. Look forward to continuing this conversation with the council. Thank you to the council for your good thoughts and questions tonight. And I wanted to take a moment again to thank our team that did an outstanding job working on this strategy. And all of us look forward to continuing this discussion with the council and the public.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's bring it up to item number 3 on work session, the American Rescue Plan Act update.
Okay, good evening again, Mayor and Council. My name is Amy Oland. I'm the Director of Business Management, and also joining me this evening to present is Sarah Polton, the town's Downtown Special Projects Manager. So we're here this evening to provide an update on the American Rescue Plan. On our agenda this evening, we're going to provide a high-level American Rescue Plan overview. We'll share some information that we've learned from an extensive School of Government series that we attended on ARPA. We'll provide an update on where we are with community engagement, and we'll share how we're thinking that proposed projects could be assessed. So just to give a little recap on the American Rescue Plan, this act was enacted on March 11th, 2021. The $1.9 trillion package was intended to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. The coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds was a $350 billion allocation for state and local governments. Of this amount, 130.2 billion will go to counties and municipalities. The town's allocation was 10,668,497, one half of which was already received in May, and the other half is expected to be received in May of 2022. The coverage period for expenditures is March 3rd, 2021, and will go through December 31st, 2024, when funds must be committed, and then we have until December 31st, 2026 to spend the funds. So the purpose of this slide is to provide a high-level overview of the 5 general categories where we can spend the dollars. The first is to support public health, and this includes funding medical expenses, behavioral health care, and certain public health and safety staff. The second is to address the negative economic impacts. This is to relieve economic harm that was placed on workers, households, small businesses, affected industries, and the public sector. The third is to replace lost revenue. So this section would allow us to continue to provide government services to the extent of the revenue loss we experienced due to the pandemic. Sorry. The fourth is to provide premium pay for our essential workers. So this will allow us to offer additional support to those who have borne and will bear the greatest health risks because of their service in critical infrastructure sectors. And the last section is to invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. This would allow organizations to make necessary investments to improve access to clean drinking water, to support vital wastewater and stormwater infrastructure, and to expand access to broadband internet. So Sarah and I attended a 6-day course that was held over 3 weeks in October that covered the basics of the American Rescue Plan Act. Panelists included the School of Government, the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, the North Carolina Department of State Treasurer, the North Carolina League of Municipalities, and the North Carolina Pandemic Recovery Office. The course explored topics including allowable expenditures under the American Rescue Plan and state law, intricacies of the uniform guidance and other state and federal compliance, reporting and auditing requirements, and identifying best practices in strategic planning, community engagement, and outcome evaluation. Of particular interest were the sessions on allowable expenditures, including what the School of Government defined as safe harbors, which we'll talk about on the next slide, and what other municipalities were doing relating to community engagement and application development. And Sarah will talk about that a little bit later in the presentation. So what is a safe harbor? It's a provision of the North Carolina state statutes that specifies that a particular expenditure is allowable. Examples of some safe harbors under ARPA include, but are not limited to, programs and services in qualified census districts and low-income communities that were or continue to be most negatively impacted by the pandemic. And on the slide, you can see a picture that represents the town's qualified census district, and included in those areas are Northside, Pine Knolls, and others. Stormwater infrastructure. These projects need to comply with the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and/or the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. Revenue loss funding, and so this is the category that provides the most flexibility to governments to cover expenditures that are typically carried out by general local government programs and services. Premium pay for essential workers. This category does have limits on the definition of an essential worker, the pay structure defined, and the dollar amounts allowed under the Act, and infrastructure improvements. But we must be able to directly tie back to the pandemic-related wear and tear on that infrastructure. So as we consider how the town will spend the American Rescue Funds, it's important to remember that while expenditures may be allowable under the federal ARPA guidelines, they must also be allowable under North Carolina state statute. The chart presented here represents a look at the state's authority to pay beneficiaries. So the lowest tier represents the broadest authority that we have to cover costs associated with carrying out our local government services. And this includes facilities, operations, and personnel. And as we move up the tiers, the authority gets narrower and the ability of the town to contract and pay for these entities gets more difficult. The American Rescue Plan provides state and local governments with the resources to stabilize their operating budgets. Many governments incurred large deficits in 2020 as the economic slowdown hurt tax revenues and local governments assumed significant pandemic-related costs. To remedy this imbalance, many cities and towns pared back essential services. The town was very fortunate that we did not get hit as hard as many other municipalities did. The fiscal recovery funds allow for the provision of local government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue due to the COVID-19 pandemic relative to the revenues collected in the most recent fiscal year prior to the emergency. So to calculate the amount of revenue loss requires using a specific formula that was defined by the Treasury. The formula looks at what the town's revenue growth, and that includes looking at all of the town's revenue sources, would have been if not for the pandemic. So it's important to note here that the 4.175 million that we calculated was not actual revenue loss, but this was the potential loss in the growth that we could have experienced had it not been for the pandemic. Examples of eligible uses under this category include maintenance of existing capital, pay-go capital, vehicle replacements, streets and sidewalks, and really any general local government programs and services that we carry out. And that can include public safety, parks, library, public works, and others. So when considering how the funding can be allocated, we could break out the funding in 4 buckets. The first bucket that we've defined here includes the revenue impact that the town experienced in 2020, and that's the 4.175 million we identified. These funds could be used to backfill significant organization needs in the areas of maintenance, pay-go capital, vehicles, streets and sidewalks, and other general government services. The second budget bucket could be used for internal project proposals. These proposals would be submitted by departments to help meet community interests and needs. Examples could include infrastructure, stormwater, and greenway repairs. The third bucket could be used for external project proposals, and these requests would come from outside entities, organizations such as nonprofits, community partners, travel and tourism partners, other municipalities, and small businesses. The fourth bucket could be used for community-based project ideas, and this would allow the town to model a participatory budget program. Project ideas would be generated by the group and would be brought before council for review. Important to note here that the examples we've included are not an all-inclusive list of the allowable projects in each bucket. So now I'm going to turn it over to Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm excited to give poor Amy a break from talking. She has been a superstar tonight. So we're going to shift gears a little bit and talk a little less about the money and a little more about how we're going to talk to the community about this project. I think this is a really important graphic. This project, we really want to push the envelope on our engagement from kind of the standard inform that a lot of municipalities are doing with their community. Okay, ARPA's out there, how should we spend it? And really push ourselves to get as far right on the spectrum as possible to empowering the community to decide how some of these funds are spent. Amy and I have been meeting extensively with Housing and Community and our DEI officer to design an engagement and project review process that is truly inclusive and equitable. Some of you may recognize this graphic from IAP2, the spectrum of engagement. It really shows that whole spectrum. And right now we're just informing the public, but we want to push ourselves as far towards that empower, especially with that community-based funding pilot that Amy mentioned just a moment ago. So what does that look like? One unique opportunity that we have coming up in January and February is that we have several projects that need community input or interaction all lining up at the same time, and mostly in January and a little bit in February as well. And those projects are the American Rescue Plan. We also have an ADA transition plan survey for the community. The People's Academy registration will be going on in January and February, which is always exciting, a great time of year to get out and talk to the community. And then we'll also have a town news survey that CAPA ARPA has alerted me that they need done. And so a little idea occurred to me, which is why don't we do this all at the same time and go out and talk to the community in person at virtual opportunities, go to community group meetings, things of that nature, all at the same time about any of these projects. Instead of asking them 4 different times for the same, for similar kind of interaction. So really inviting all of the community to give us input. Of course, we'll also be working closely with our nonprofit service provider partners to give us their input on what projects or programs they think ARPA would be a great fit to fund. We'll be all over the community at what I'm calling input cafes, community meetings and events, like I mentioned, tables at popular community places, and then talking to our boards and commissions and People's Academy graduates, people of that nature that have a really high level of knowledge of what our community needs. So as I mentioned, we'll be doing in person, but also using our standard, email, phone, social media campaigns, camp out at the library, Hargraves, places of that nature to make sure we're catching people as they go about their day to get their input in whatever way they, in whatever type of project they see that's exciting to them. So here's our current thinking about the timeline for our engagement. Phase 1 has kind of soft launched already because we've had a survey out there on our website for about a month now, a little over a month now, that invites people to give us general feedback about how they think our ARPA dollars should be spent. They can rank the categories 1 through 5, and then they can also just tell us if they have any general ideas of projects, and eventually that'll morph into that community-based budgeting kind of pilot. In January, we'll launch our kind of more official application process for our nonprofit community partners to propose projects that they think would be great uses of ARPA funds. That's also when our town departments can start applying for ARPA funds. And we'll just continue to update that website so people know, what's most important to the community. So our nonprofit partners that are keeping an eye on that know what types of projects are of the greatest interest. And then our phase 3, we'll have all the project applications and input opportunities due by mid-March so that we can spend the end of March and April assessing the projects that come through. We'll do and we'll talk about what that will look like in just a minute. And then finally, our idea is to get council a list of projects in May to consider as part of the larger budget discussion. All right, so you'll see in the previous slide that equity-based design is really going to drive this entire process. I can't say that really enough, how much Shanika has been helpful and Sarvinius and Shakira in helping me think about a process that is really inclusive and equitable and just open to everyone. So what does that mean for this project? Essentially, it's building in equitable practices into every part of what we're doing, everything from plain language in our applications to translating documents into multiple languages to helping smaller nonprofits with the high level of reporting and professionalism that'll be required by ARPA. It also includes going to where people are. So we aren't just hearing from the same people that communicate with the town every day. And it means keeping in mind that the most frequent piece of feedback that we receive may not necessarily be the most important, and needing to balance the goals of ARPA, which is helping those that are most negatively affected by the pandemic with these dollars. So this is what that'll look like kind of in practice. So say a community member has an idea about what to do with ARPA dollars. They will have one website or one person and lots of opportunities, but one kind of point of contact to come to with any idea they have about how to spend ARPA money, whether that be a town department, a nonprofit or community partner organization, or just a community member with a good idea. So they'll all be able to come to one website and choose the form that most accurately fits what they want, or they can come to me in person and I can give them the correct form depending on what they need. And they will, and so we'll be coalescing all of that. Like I said, at the end of February, early March-ish, I have been lucky enough to get an intern position approved for this, so I will have some help. I will not be out there solo, but we hope to just get lots and lots of great input through this process and hope that it's just as open as possible. So So once we receive all these great ideas, going back to Amy's 4-bucket analogy from earlier in the presentation, all of those projects that are proposed through any of the 4 methods, whether that be the revenue impact, internal, external, or the community project ideas, would all come through a staff team to assess them for eligibility under ARPA to make sure that we're meeting ARPA and state of North Carolina guidelines around how to spend the money. And then we would also apply one of the equity toolkits that Shanika has been talking to you guys a lot about, which is really exciting, and make sure that it's meeting our equity goals as well. After they've kind of been through that first pass, they would then go to either a community member team, that'll be the external projects and the community project ideas, or a town leadership team similar to our capital improvement project team that would review the kind of internal projects and make sure we're checking against what people are submitting for the budget process and kind of rank the projects that are left over. And then council would approve the projects at the end of that, though we are still thinking that the community-based ideas would truly be voted on by the community, though we have not completely ironed out what that process will look like. So just real quickly, kind of a reiteration of that timeline where you're getting your update today. We'll be really starting that really aggressive, big public outreach campaign starting in the first week of January. We'll close those applications in mid-March. We'll assess the projects in March and April, and then we'll bring you a list of projects to consider in May and vote on in June, with the goal, the very ambitious goal of having awards and contracts in place with our community partners in July when the new fiscal year begins. And just a quick reminder, we do have a great website that's about to be completely revamped on the website about ARPA funding, where people can go to now. It has a short URL, townofchapelhill.org/ARPA. So it's really easy to find. And I will be doing a full revamp on that once the public outreach campaign really begins. But you can still find really basic general information about ARPA today. That is all accurate, just it's about to be revamped. And that's where I'll end.
Thank you. Okay, back to council. Questions, Amy?
We do any questions and comments separately, or just all
together?
Just all together. Okay. Thank you so much for that. This is going to be a very exciting process. I love the engagement program that you're embarking on. It's very ambitious, but well done. One of the things during engagement, I know I've seen in some other processes that we've done, is we rely heavily on our nonprofit partners to help us. I hope that we pay them. I hope that we figure out a way to compensate them if we're actually using them to help implement these things. If we and are using their time and their staff resources, that we figure out some way to pay them for that work. So just think about that as we go forward. We ask a lot of them sometimes repeatedly to help do this stuff, and I don't think it's always fair, the amount that we ask. So if we can think about how to do that, I think that would be great. At some point during the community input process, we're going to have to start thinking about ways to ground ideas in reality. I think at the beginning, you just think big and think all over the place. At a certain point, as we're narrowing down, we need to just think about, this is a $1 sign item, this is a $4 sign item, maybe we've got $10 signs, whatever it is, just to figure out a way that we can kind of get stuff grounded. Sometimes we offer the promise of being able to do everything, and just want to make sure that at some point we make it clear what our constraints are. And I don't know about you, but I would be excited to be involved in the process. And I know you have council in that little yellow box at the very end of things, but if there was a way that we could get in there earlier, I think that would be terrific. So thanks very much.
All right. I saw Michael, then Karen, then Hong Bin.
Yeah, I want to thank all of you. This is really a great process. And I think, it looks to be excuse me, really a landmark for the town in terms of community engagement, and more importantly, equitable community engagement. So I thank you for that. One of the things I'd like to, maybe ask you to think about is some sense of proactivity on the town's part as we sort of start engaging with the community, or start getting ideas from the community. I think one of the things that, in some of our earlier conversations, I don't know if it rises to the level of a consensus among council members, but certainly a few council members talked about the goal of making some of these investments transformative rather than sort of plugging holes and just sort of dissipating the money on a lot of little things. And I think we need to think about that in a couple of ways. One, certain kinds of projects might be too big for just one not-for-profit or any organization of any type. And I think as a town, we need to be thinking about some big ideas and maybe being a convener of certain not-for-profits and asking them to give us their ideas, how they could collaborate on a certain endeavor, rather than hoping that it will happen sort of organically and then getting a lot of disparate projects and maybe even, creating an environment of competition among not-for-profits when we're really looking for a collaboration and cooperation. I think another thing to think about is just some notion in advance of criteria, rubrics, whatever you want to call it, if we're going to have these groups, internal, external, whatever, making sure that well in advance, we're starting to think about what are the criteria that we're going to measure these projects against. And to some degree, having those at least partially developed before people start submitting applications, so they know what we as a town think actually are the important elements of an application. And then I think the other thing to think about is maybe sort of sketching out, it wouldn't necessarily be final, but sort of creating a few pots of money. So rather than just saying, here's a whole pile of money, let's see what comes in, we're going to allocate X millions of dollars for big things and Y millions of dollars for smaller community-based projects, so that we have some sense, and the community has some sense of both wanting big transformative things, if possible, if reasonable, but also recognizing that there are needs in our community that aren't going to be that kind of transformative, but are really pressing community needs, and that we're willing to fund those too, but having some sense of, at the outset, at least some initial goals as to how we would distribute the money based on priorities, areas of impact, if you will. So just some thoughts that hopefully maybe are more helpful than confusing to you.
Okay. Sorry, I had Karen, then Ben, then Jess. I'm trying to move that and then type.
Yeah, thank you. I really just really grateful for the work you've put into this, and the equitable engagement approach. It just shows a lot of work and thought, and I'm really excited about that. So thank you. My thinking about this keeps evolving as I learn more about what we can and can't use it for, and then also just the 5-year budget strategy and seeing all the needs of the town. And I see a bit of a tension there between, there's so many town needs, and that's some of sort of the purpose of this funding, but also it's to really help folks that have been most impacted by COVID. So I don't really have the answer for that, but I think that needs a lot of thought about how we balance that. And I have a couple of thoughts about that. So I'm going to go one way, then go the other. I want to make sure that I think everyone here could easily spend that money in like 5 minutes, right? With important needs, like here, blah, 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 we're done. But I want to make sure we're not, and this, I appreciate your approach so much, because, I have a sense, I have some ideas, some conversations about what the impact has been on folks most vulnerable to the impacts of COVID, but I don't know. And I'm sure there are going to be a lot of important things we hear and learn. So I'm really glad that we're going to listen to that and not assume we know. And so thank you for that. And the other side of that is that we have all these town needs that have gone unmet and unfunded. So I guess what I'm trying to say is now piggybacking on what Amy was saying about, I'm wondering if a council check-in somewhere a little bit earlier to help kind of manage that or balance that or give input on how we prioritize. And I also was gonna say something about what Mike was saying about the potential of sort of a pot of grants funding that, you know, is like small grants for neighborhoods or communities, and then sort of larger kind of bigger impact projects, and whether something like that does make sense, I think would be good to think about. And I also wanted to, I know sometimes council members have big ideas too, and whether, you know, the sort of town ideas coming pot, if council members can also submit ideas, or if that's like cheating or something. But I know we all have big ideas about things that we would like to see too. So something to think about.
Certainly not cheating, and we need that feedback from the council on these issues, all the issues we've discussed tonight, but also hearing what your priorities are and how this aligns with that. And I just wanted to briefly touch on the check-in. We can easily build in some time, you know, from January, somewhere from January to May, to check in with council at one of our work sessions. So we can certainly do that.
I think that would be great. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Hong Bin, then Jess, then Ty, then Alan. Okay, very good.
So first question, just for clarification, I know that different municipalities have their own ARPA funding. So do we know any information about Orange County? Do they have the similar funding? Is there collaborations or coordinations between us and the Orange County? Is there any information that you can share with us on that?
So I have not spoken directly with Orange County. They would have also received an allocation. We can certainly reach out to them and find out. But I do think it's a good point in terms of thinking about our neighboring jurisdictions. I mean, that also includes Scarborough, and talking to them about what opportunities we might have to collaborate if there are projects in common. So we can certainly put that on our list to do. And
yeah, well, I think that would be very helpful. First of all, for it will be a better, efficient way of using the fundings. And the second, I think probably it clarifies some confusions in the community, because they heard that there are fundings in the county, there are fundings in our town. They do not know if they have some ideas. Do they need to submit the two separate applications to both a government body, or there's some coordinations inside? So if you can clarify that, that would be very helpful. And second, I think I would echo what Councilor Parker just said, that if we can have, I think that's a great idea, that we go out to reach out the community and just hear, you know, hear what the people's ideas are. But I think it would be very helpful if we can early on, we can set how this process is going to be. If there's clear guidance, I think that will make the process a lot more meaningful. So people know that like for 5.3 million, I think that's the money, total money we're talking about. For the 5.3 million, how much of them are going to be controlled by the town, and the town, like the council members or some, like the council or the staff, will have more influence in deciding how those funds are going to be used, and some maybe a separate funding, a pot of money. I think it will be helpful if we can clarify that and specify what's the funds that's going to be more like open to the application from the community. I think that clarity will help everyone to set their expectations. And third, I think that, I think another issue also commented by Councilor Parker is about the rubrics or the criteria. I think that's very helpful, and given different pots of money, probably you're going to have different criteria or rubric that you're going to use. But the clarity at the beginning, I think is going to help everyone to understand what the process is, what the expectations are. And I think probably will save a lot of frustrations in the end. And I heard that some other, like Wake County, they have different processes for the pot of money that controlled by the government or the staff versus the part by the process very different. They actually intentionally trying to separate these two, and they're saying the ones that are open to the community is really controlled by an independent like a committee to make their decisions and evaluations. I think that really make the community understand what the process are. I'm just hoping that if we can set the things clear at the beginning, that will help everyone. Thanks.
That's an excellent point. And as I think we mentioned in our previous discussion with the council on ARPA, one of the ideas was to kind of pilot a participatory type budgeting process where we put aside a specific amount of money that we would have a discussion with the community about, and then we would put it in their hands to make those decisions and recommendations that would come back to council ultimately.
Yeah,
that's an excellent opportunity to clearly define what that money can be used for.
Yeah, well, I think if we can set the expectation or the rule clear at the beginning, let's say here's 1 million or 2 million, that's going to be controlled by the community. And we're really going to actually listen to the community and have your input of how the money is going to be spent. I think that actually is a really open up a new way how our town doing our budgeting process. I think, well, I feel very excited. I share Councilwoman Amy Ryan's excitement to this process. I think that's something I feel very hopeful.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Jess, then Ty, then Alan.
Yeah, thank you. And I think this is really very exciting. I would echo really making sure that kind of the parameters and guardrails are in place for all of it that we put out to the community, and really making sure that folks understand what our we want people to come up with exciting ideas that maybe we've never heard of before. It's not about squashing ideas. I just want us to be really clear about what's possible and what's not. And, I just think we end up kind of the excitement fades, and then people get frustrated when, when they are told they could do whatever they want, and then the reality sets in. So I think really being careful about that will maintain the excitement and not devolve, hopefully, into frustration. I do think the collaboration piece with other government entities that are getting funding is really critical. I think if we want to hit those really big things. I mean, I know, I've been interested for a while in doing something. I forget what they call it in Greensboro, but I think it's like a family crisis support center, which is basically a place where there's mental health resources. It's kind of where like there could be someone from the rape crisis center, there could be someone, there's mental health resources, there's all these different things for various kind of family or just individual, university student crises. And that would be a way to bolster kind of the real lack of mental health care that we have in America, apparently. But, I'm just giving that as an example, not that that's what I want to talk about tonight, but more that would be something where I feel like that would be the perfect thing, where we would, collaborate with the county, with Carrboro, with UNC too, although they're not, I don't think they're a town yet, so I don't think they're getting any money, but that would be this, the big idea that could really be leveraged, and that you could get somewhere huge if everybody was able to do something together, or just all these partnership ideas. I think that's the only way we're going to get to the really huge impact. And then the other things are still exciting, and I love the idea of kind of potential kind of neighborhood grants. The participatory budgeting sounds really exciting, but I do think if we want to really get to these bigger community needs and really huge needs, that we're going to need to think really carefully about how we engage our partners and how we do that on the front end, so that we're not kind of trying to draw them along at the last minute. But I think just generally really being careful about having the council, I think, work with the staff to come up with what are the parameters, how much are we really allocating to these different things? And then it sounds, I think, really great for the community to make some choices. So, but yeah, thank you. It's really excellent news all around.
Okay, Ty, then Alan.
Yeah, I also want to echo the thanks and appreciation, especially for the engagement plan portion. I think this is really robust. I'll also echo the emphasis on collaboration with other jurisdictions. I think, especially neighboring jurisdictions, if we're trying to hit these really ambitious goals that I think we all want, I think that collaboration will be essential. Another thought I had was, especially, around these transformative ideas, I think it was the chamber put together a pretty robust community-driven process to come up with some transformative ideas for our community to coalesce around. I think it was, I'm trying to remember the name, the Big Bold Ideas Initiative, and I believe that we eventually settled on 3 as a part of that very robust process. So that might be a good starting point. I don't remember all 3 of the big bold ideas off the top of my head, but I remember one I think had to do with affordable housing. One had to do with closing the achievement gap, and I do not remember the third one.
You should remember the innovation one. You're part of that.
Oh, the third one was about innovation. So I think that's a great starting place for us, because I know that work is still ongoing, and the chamber is still ushering or guiding that work, but I imagine there's large funding needs associated with each of those. So yeah.
Okay, Alan.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you to our staff for all the great work that you put into this, especially around the community engagement piece. It's really, I think, one of the most exciting parts of this. So with respect to the public health part, I know that one aim of the ARPA funding is to support public health. And I think it's important to think about that holistically, especially as we've seen county public health departments across the state receive less and less funding over the past decade plus. And then developing some clear ideas around supporting public health, I would strongly encourage bringing in some public health professionals, especially Ms. Quintana Stewart, the director of our county public health department, and even some folks at the UNC School of Public Health who are committed to public health work at the local level. One name that comes to mind is Dr. Vaughn Upshaw. She's specifically done a lot of work supporting public health at the county and municipal level. So would encourage doing that kind of follow-up and including those kinds of folks, especially on that supporting public health piece.
Thank you.
Karen?
Just a really quick question I forgot to ask. If you talked about this, I just missed it. How are you going to address language access in the engagement process?
Would you like me to answer now, Mayor, or do you want me to hold till later? Oh, okay, great. Yes is the answer. We did include it, but I flew through that slide a little quickly. I just know you guys have a really full agenda, but yes, so we'll be translating, especially the general input opportunity, into multiple languages. I'm, minimum Spanish, Mandarin, hoping to partner and do some meaningful output with our Karen and Burmese speaking populations as well. So that may be more in person and less the online form, just because Karen Burmese are really tough to put online, but that's another story for another day. But yes, we'll be translating definitely the general input form and also probably the project application form into Spanish, since we have many robust community partners where Spanish is probably their language of comfort. So looking to do that as well. And housing community can't say enough about how great they've been a partner on this project, and the language access work that they've been doing over the years has been a huge foundation to build upon for this.
Thank you.
Well, I know we need to move along, but I want to add my thank yous for all the work and diving into this to make it a very inclusive process. Look forward to it. And the fact that we have access fund balance to also add to this equation of town needs, of community needs. I think it's really an exciting time for us to do some transformative things. And I will just share that we have been having collaborative discussions at the MMC meetings about using ARPA funding for things like the RENA request to improve the community center and some other green track issues that we hope that our councils and commissioners will follow and want to join forces as well to do those kinds of things. And you're right, it's much better when we can collaborate and make things happen jointly and make the dollars go further. I will say Carver's money actually flows through the state since they didn't qualify population wise. So it is a little different. So they have to go through some different processes, but we're good with that. So that being said, I will open this up for community comments or questions, just comments from the public. We do like to hear from you. This is sort of the end of our work session topics, but we do have some other topics on a regular agenda to get to. If there's anyone wishing to make a comment there, please do so now. You can use the raise the hand function or the *9 if you're on the phone, or you're just welcome to send your comments in later via email. We'd love to hear from you as well. Mr. Parker, do you see anyone out there?
I do not.
Okay, all right. Well, there'll be opportunity to comment during the regular part of our agenda out there. So we will move on. Our first item up, and we promise not to keep our Faith Brody here too late this evening. We'll move on to item number 6, the concept plan review for Trinity Court.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't know if Amy Harvey is here. I think there needs to be a consent item action. No? Okay.
You missed our announcement. There is not. Please move along.
Perfect. All right. Well, then, good evening. I'm Judy Johnson with our planning department, and I'm here. I'm going to share my screen and have a very brief presentation on the Trinity Court project. Let me just get this in presentation mode, and then we'll jump in. And I have just a handful of slides, going to quickly go through this. I think you all know where the project is located. This is our town housing project, existing public housing project on Trinity Court, which is just a couple blocks to the northwest of Town Hall as you go down the hill on Pritchard Ave extension. On the map, you can see just off the screen to the bottom here is where the Northside Elementary School, and just off the map to the north is where Umstead Drive is and the Bowling Creek Greenway. So our recommendation is adoption of Resolution 3, which would transmit the comments to the applicant. And as with all concept plans, just a quick reminder, there is no decision made. This is just feedback. We're looking for just general guidance from the council and thoughts from the council to share with the applicant. Following concept plan, there's basically 3 steps to go forward, 3 choices: special use permit, conditional zoning, or development agreement. We do anticipate this project would move forward as a conditional zoning application. A quick little summary. I'm not going to spend much time talking about this because I know the applicant is here and will provide a depth of that. It's about 3.5 acre site. The existing zoning is residential 4. And as I said, it is one of our public housing sites that is currently vacant. The proposal is for a total of 54 new units, which would be accommodated in 2 buildings ranging between 3 and 4 stories. So it's what we've been trying to do in planning and looking at our concept plans is trying to give you an evaluation of this in context with our comprehensive plan components. And so this project does show up there in that red circle there as a high residential, which is generally 8 to 15 units per acre. You can see the blue just to the south of that is the Northside Elementary School, just for frame of reference there. A couple of the other comprehensive plan plans show, I mentioned the Bowling Creek Greenway is just to the north of this property, as well as the Umstead Park is adjacent to that as well. This project has gone through 3 advisory boards: Community Design Commission, Stormwater Management Utility Advisory Board, and our Housing Advisory Board. And I prepared where there's a summary of their comments on this. The full comments and recommendations are included in your packet. Mainly just a high level, the CDC had a little bit of concern about the height. They did like the use and acknowledged the site constraints. I mean, it's a fairly steep site there. And stormwater management was looking for how to reduce impervious surface, looking at that, appreciated the use of the reuse of the existing building footprints. And the Housing Advisory Board was supportive of the redevelopment of this site and looking at serving the very low income levels, those at 30% or less. And our urban designer, he has not prepared formal comments for this project. He's had an initial conversation or two with the applicant, and we do anticipate further discussions to occur as this project takes its next steps through our process. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. If not, I'll turn it over to Faith Brody as the applicant to provide some information.
Why don't we move right into Faith, and then we can hold questions for it all together.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I also would like to thank our developer, Community Housing Partners, for allowing me a few minutes to frame and to thank the council members that will be transitioning off, that you got to this point. You got to the presentation of the concept plan for Trinity Court. And we know it's been a long time coming, as we've already alluded to. The property's been vacant since 2018. This is one of our moving forward with the RAD process that you've heard so much about, with a private and a governmental partner, in order to better prepare the property without a lot of influx of the government dollars. And we're very excited to be partnered with an experienced and very mission-based developer. And not to say that all developers don't have missions or they don't have ethics, but we really are excited about this developer because they're committed to creating affordable housing. So it gives me great pleasure to present to you Samantha Brown from Community Housing Partners.
Well, thank you, Faith. That was a nice introduction. Well, good evening. I want to thank the mayor and town council members for your time tonight. I am Samantha Brown, Vice President of Real Estate Development for Community Housing Partners. We are the development partner selected by the town of Chapel Hill for the redevelopment of Trinity Court. I'm going to give you some background tonight on CHP and remind you about where we are with Trinity Court redevelopment, just a little refresher. Then I will turn it over to our civil engineer and architect to let them talk about the more technical aspects of the project. Our whole presentation will probably be about 15 to 20 minutes. Community Housing Partners, like Faith said, is a nonprofit mission-based affordable housing developer. Our mission is to create homes and communities that are healthy, sustainable, and affordable. In addition to our real estate development services, Community Housing Partners will be the property manager and will provide resident services at Trinity Court. Collectively, Community Housing Partners development staff have over 150 years of experience in affordable and tax credit housing. We currently own and manage over 6,800 units of affordable housing, and those 6,800 units represent over 80 competitive LIHTC project awards over the last 35 years in 6 different states, including North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina, Kentucky, Florida, and Maryland. In 2020, CHP was ranked 50th in the nation of the top affordable housing developers, and we are in the top 10 in the nation when you boil it down to nonprofit affordable housing developers. Community Housing Partners has considerable experience and expertise in projects just like Trinity Court. So CHP owns and manages 11 properties already in North Carolina, totaling 933 units. These include properties in Siler City, Asheville, Lexington, Davidson, Wilson, Charlotte, Winston-Salem, Waynesville, and Hickory. These units that we manage are evenly split between family and age-restricted properties, and our North Carolina portfolio serves residents at or below 40, 50, and 60% of the AMI. Trinity Court is a new construction projects. So I wanted to show you some examples of CHP's new construction. So up on your screen, you'll see examples of some of our latest new construction projects. In the far left is a project called Town Square at Dumfries, which is located in the town of Dumfries in Northern Virginia. Town Square was a single phase 4% bond deal with 227 units. In the middle is Highland Crossing, which is located in Spartanburg, South Carolina, and was a partnership with the Spartanburg Housing Authority. This was also a RAD deal. The property has 72 units of family housing and was funded under the 9% LIHTC program. And finally, in the bottom right is Kingsridge Apartments, which is a 3-phase, 167-unit family property located in Richmond, Virginia. All 3 phases were funded under the 9% LIHTC program. In all 3 of these projects, CHP was a developer, general partner of the ownership entity, and continues to be the property manager and provider of resident services. The development team for Trinity Court includes Public Participation Partners, which is the community engagement firm we've engaged to assist with all of our public outreach. Public Participation Partners is a woman and minority-owned firm, and they are based in Raleigh. Timmons Group is our civil engineering firm, and they're also based in Raleigh, as is Mosley Architects, who is the lead architect for Trinity Court. New Ecology is the sustainability consultant for Trinity Court, and they're going to help us incorporate both sustainability and resilience elements into the design of the property. New Ecology is a nonprofit firm based in Maryland. Weaver Cook is the selected general contractor for Trinity Court. Weaver Cook is headquartered in Greensboro and is probably the most prolific LIHTC contractor in North Carolina. So a little bit more detail about the project and about the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, or RAD. So Trinity Court, as you know, will be a HUD-RAD conversion. CHP has completed 5 RAD projects in the last 6 years in 3 different states. The RAD program is a HUD program launched in 2012 that allows public housing authorities to restructure the ownership of public housing properties, allowing those properties to be recapitalized for the purpose of rehabilitation or demolition and new construction. Many of these properties are at the end of their useful life, and under the public housing program would have no means for major capital improvements, much less the substantial rehabilitation or reconstruction that so many of them are in desperate need of, like Trinity Court. So through the RAD conversion process, the Public Housing Annual Contributions Contract, or ACC, which is public housing's rental subsidy, is converted into a project-based Section 8 contract, which allows for all residents to receive housing subsidy and for the project to use that rent revenue to source new debt. In addition, the vast majority of these projects are taken through the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program so that they can take advantage of the equity provided by the 9% or the 4% Low-Income Housing Tax Credit. But that ability to take debt is really the key to the RAD program. As I said, CHP has completed 5 RAD conversions, totaling 701 units in 3 states in the last 6 years. 3 of those RAD conversions were done with a 9% award of competitive LIHTC, and 2 were done with the 4% LIHTC. CHP is well versed in the RAD conversion process, and we are looking forward to a smooth and successful conversion for Trinity Court. So the goals for the redevelopment of Trinity Court were laid out in the original request for proposals. Those goals included replacing all public housing units originally located on the site, maximizing the number of additional affordable housing units on the site, adjusting the bedroom mix to match demand while maintaining the current total bed count, ensuring new development is compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods and fits within the constraints of the site, and minimizing the need for town gap financing through leveraging of outside funding. So in the next few slides, I'll illustrate how we're pursuing and achieving the goals laid out by the town for Trinity Court. The project scope for Trinity Court involves the demolition of the 40 existing housing units that are there. Those 40 units will be replaced with 54 units, increasing the density of the site and the number of affordable units available in Chapel Hill. So the 22-bedroom and 23-bedroom units will be replaced in kind, and we will add an additional 14 one-bedroom units by increasing the height of the building to four stories. The proposed reconstruction addresses the first three goals for Trinity Court. That's to replace existing units and maximize total number of affordable units on the site, while adjusting the bedroom mix to accommodate demand for one-bedroom units, which we know are in high demand in Chapel Hill. In order to maximize the potential financial leverage on the property, we'll be submitting the project for 9% credits in the January 2022 LIHTC round. If we are unsuccessful in the 9% competition, we will then submit the project for 4% credits later on in 2022. And this addresses the last bullet to minimize the need for town funding. Total development costs right now for the project are estimated at $11,350,000. So our team began working on Trinity Court this past summer once the initial MOU between Chapel Hill and CHP was in place. Our first order of business was to launch the public process and receive public feedback on design plans for the project. Since then, we've held 3 public meetings to discuss Trinity Court with the community at large. We've also held a meeting for potential service partners. And we have presented this to the Stormwater Board, CDC, and HAB. We've met with Brian Peterson and John Richardson to discuss the town's priorities around both design and resilience. During the first public meeting we held was on August 30th, and this meeting was largely informational. The second and third public meetings engaged participants more on various topics relating to the design and operation of the property. We also continue to host a website where those interested in the project can participate in the surveys that were presented during the public meetings. Approximately 50 stakeholder groups were invited to the project partner session, and we received some really, really good feedback during that meeting from those community partners. And in the coming weeks, we will be providing council with a summary document of all the public input sessions that we held. So the public input session sought feedback from participants in 4 areas: architectural design, site and amenities, sustainability and resilience, and resident services programs. Participants were presented information in the form of a visual preference survey for the most part, and they were presented images and asked to select which image they liked best for each category, such as playgrounds or dog parks or sitting areas. They were then asked to rank the amenities in order of preference. Each session was followed by an opportunity for public comment and discussion of each of the topics. The results of the feedback collected at those meetings will be incorporated into the final design scheme and the operation of the property. Up on your screen, you can see some of the results from those sessions. The collaborative design process and public engagement process we've conducted addresses that 4th bulleted goal for Trinity Court, which was to ensure new development is compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods and fits within the constraints of the site. The result of the public input session will further refine both the physical project amenities and the service amenities provided on the property. Finally, just as a reminder, I wanted to reiterate Trinity Court's contribution to affordable housing in Chapel Hill. So again, there will be 40 RAD vouchers on the property, which will serve residents at 50% or less AMI. The range of income restrictions of the property will be at or below 30% AMI up to 80%. The overall average household income served for the entire property will be less than 60%. And the affordability period for LIHTC projects is 30 years. So now I'm going to turn it over to Will Altman from Timmins and Tom Liebel with Mosley to walk you through the proposed concept plan for Trinity Court. And I will stop sharing so Will can share.
Thanks, Samantha. All righty. Can everybody see this? Great. Thanks for having us this evening. I appreciate y'all hearing us out. I'm going to quickly run through the site and some of the design side of what we've looked into so far. Looking at the site location, existing conditions, the proposed plan, some proposed elevations and modification we are going for. Judy explained kind of where we are located, close to Umstead Park off of Pritchard Avenue, very close to the Tanya Branch Trail to provide access to that. Some existing conditions, as you can see through this image, it is very steep on this site. So there will definitely be some challenges when it comes to site grading and amenities and making sure we meet all of town standards. There are no floodplains or wetlands on the site. There is a stream that runs between two buildings that was recently restored that will have a Jordan buffer and a RCD buffer on it. This is just kind of a close-up view that we presented to the Stormwater Advisory Board, showing the Jordan buffer and the RCD buffer between the two buildings. So a little bit about the development overview. Our goal is to provide modern living spaces and community gathering spaces to support the citizens of Chapel Hill for years to come. We are going to widen the road. It currently is at 18 feet. So we plan to widen it to 20 feet to meet the emergency access requirements. And our goal is to utilize the existing vegetation as much as possible to satisfy buffer requirements and supplement as needed to meet the requirements. Some environmental features on the site. Our goal right now is to reduce impervious surface to help cut back on the stormwater runoff. There is an intermittent stream, as I mentioned before, and no wetlands. Here's our quick overview and concept of the site so far. Like I said, we plan to widen this road coming off of Pritchard Ave down into the site to 20 feet to meet the emergency standards and requirements for emergency vehicles. We are also utilizing the same building pad areas for our proposed buildings here and trying to utilize as much as possible for the existing impervious for the parking and roads going down there. You can see here we are showing a playground across the street, which we took into account based on the placement and the grades on site, but also the community requests to have it across so it's not noisy and right next to the buildings. And we also wanted to utilize hardscape. As you can see, the site is tight for some hardscape play areas as well, since we are required to put a fire lane turnaround here. And this is just kind of a quick overview of that. We'll be going through Orange County for our erosion control permits, and we will have to get a 401, 404 permit for widening of this road and encroaching in the Jordan buffer in the stream here. And this is just a quick graphic showing our proposed versus our existing and our goal of reducing impervious area to help reduce with that storm runoff. As I mentioned before, the modification, the existing road is 18 feet. We are proposing to widen it to 20 feet and not the town standard of 25. One, to help with the grading and cost for the project, but two, to help keep our impervious numbers below the existing, which will help with stormwater and make sure that stream restoration stays intact. I will pass it along to Tom to discuss the buildings.
All right, thank you, Will. What you're looking at here is the elevations for the primary building. It holds the majority of the units. What we're doing is taking what the existing site is 2 stories on the front, 3 stories on the back, because the site falls downhill. We're basically adding additional level on top of that to get the additional density to provide additional affordable housing for Chapel Hill. General rule of thumb is that you never want to walk up more than 3 flights of stairs. And since we're entering on the 2nd level and we have a lower level on the back side of the building, you'll either go up three stairs max or down one. So we sort of hit that 3-flight rule of thumb. This was our initial design concept. We're in the process of tweaking slightly the design based on community feedback we received. We're going with it's called arts and crafts kind of themed design. Some of the community feedback we received was maybe brightening it up a little bit. So we're going to have a slightly richer palette to give a little more pop. But we really took to heart the comments we received from the community in terms of, designing a building that truly was of Chapel Hill. Next slide, if you could, Will. Here's the smaller building. One of the interesting constraints is, I know that and there were some concerns about going to 4 stories. That's a couple folks that expressed. One of the fundamental challenges is there's really no additional footprint on this site to develop. So if we wanted to add any density at all, it had to go up. We couldn't create a bigger footprint for the building between the slopes and the stream bed and the property lines. It's just the existing footprint of the original Trinity Court project kind of defines the developable footprint for the new project here. And if you could, one more slide, I believe. Yeah, once again, some of the basic materials we're looking at for the exterior here, all very durable, all very rugged. A cast stone, a cultured stone product, fiber cement or cementitious siding in a variety of patterns, whether it's lap siding, shingles, some board and batten potentially, and then 30-year warranted architectural grade shingles are sort of what's going to complete the palette here. And with that, we have one more slide. So I think that's the conclusion of our presentation here. What Samantha did note is we have a total of 54 units, 22 bedrooms, 23 bedrooms, an additional 14 one-bedroom units. What is different from the original development here is we've also dedicated space to community functions. And that was part of that survey that Samantha shared earlier, looking at what amenities would be of the most use to the future residents of the site here. So we have, office space and maintenance facilities, and then about 1,500 square feet of community space that we're going to develop into several different functions. And with that, Samantha, back to you.
Well, we'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Amy.
Thank you very much. Do you have any estimates what the gap funding for the town would be if at the 9% and at the 4% LIHTC?
Under a 9%, there would be no gap funding required from the town. And that is why we're going to make a really good effort to go in for the 9%. This site has some scoring challenges to it, but if we can work our narratives to defend those items up front, hopefully we can get the full site score. We also haven't seen the final QAP yet from North Carolina Housing Finance Agency, so we don't know exactly what all the scoring items are going to be. They were threatening to do a walk score this year, and this site would also not score that well on a walk score. But on a 4%, we are looking at somewhere between $2 and $2.5 million in gap funding needed.
Okay, and I saw from your slide that the plan was to go for the 2022 9%, and then if not, switch to the 4%. Is there any reason you wouldn't try for a second round of the 9%?
This is a RAD deal, and we not only have things like interest rate risk and LIHTC pricing risk, but we also have deadlines set by HUD for the RAD deal for when it needs to convert. And I don't think that, and Faith can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that we have until late 2023, which we wouldn't even know about an award if we applied in 2023. until summer, and then we wouldn't be able to close. Closing usually takes 9 months after an award. So we'd be into 2024 before we could close.
Okay,
the
if
20
we could, yeah, if we could just confirm that the deadlines would be against us, or that would be an option, that would be great.
Sure.
And I see that the parking, you've got 64 spaces for 54 units. Did anybody do a study of when the old Trinity Court was occupied, about what kind of parking needs they had?
I can kind of look into that, but I think there was a study and there was concern about increasing parking as much as possible. But as you can see on the site, it is very constrained, and based on the building grades and kind of where we can lay out based on the natural features, we have increased it from 60 to about 64, 65. And that's really for safe parking, what we can fit on there. Because slopes get up to like 14, 15% coming into the site. So
Yeah, no, I hear you. I know it's very complicated. It's just, you've also added units too, right? So you've kind of added more units than you're adding spaces. And you've just got that narrow road. There's nowhere for visitors. They can't, it's not like there's a street one over where they can park. It's just really complicated. So I guess anywhere that you can park, you can squeeze a little more parking in would be great.
absolutely.
And yeah, my last question, in any of your community meetings, did they talk about porches or balconies or anything like that? I didn't see any. It was hard to tell from the renderings with the scale that they were, but.
At this point, we don't anticipate having any balconies. That was discussed, and there didn't seem to be a strong preference for it. And we found in projects over time that balconies are perceiving maybe more attractive than they actually are, practically speaking. They tend to be sort of maintenance issues, opportunities for water infiltration, and they tend to get junked up too, so that it can be difficult to maintain, an attractive looking project when people pile up lots of things on their balconies because they use it for additional storage.
Yeah, if there's a need for additional storage, then maybe there's a way to accommodate that as well. I mean, if somebody has a bicycle and a big cooler, or, they have household things that don't fit inside.
We are providing for outdoor storage, outside storage within the design of the project, where each tenant will have it's called a storage locker, storage closet that faces into the stairwell. So it's access from the outside. So all the kind of outside stuff you'll be able to store there. Plus, we will have bike parking throughout there. And going back a bit to the balcony porch conversation, is we're putting a lot of effort into creating quality exterior spaces that can be enjoyed communally throughout the site there.
Great, thanks very much.
Michael Lynn Karen.
And just a quick question, will you be making any provisions for electric vehicles charging?
Absolutely. We're not sure how many actual charging stations will be provided at this point, but we'll have the infrastructure in place to install as many EV charging stations as funding will permit in the future.
Thank you.
Karen.
Yeah, thank you. A few questions. First, about the design. That driveway is just super steep and challenging. And it really, in a lot of ways, it's a walkable area, but that driveway is really can be very prohibitive to, pushing a stroller up the hill, or, pushing your bike up the hill. Are there kind of design approaches to help make that less, more walkable, more kind of pedestrian bike friendly than it is now?
There is a pretty big constraint. If I can bring it back up, but there's 2 buildings at the entrance of Pritchard and Trinity Court that are really close to that drive. So in order to alter the grades, we'd have to build probably pretty steep walls to make that accessible. We are providing a sidewalk from Trinity Court up there, And Faith, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there is a bus service that typically goes down into the site to help pick up as well.
No. The bus doesn't go
Certain
down.
residents. Mhm.
For disabled residents, not.
Correct. It's not a regular bus
Yeah.
service.
Yeah, I just,
Sidewalk will help, yeah.
yeah, if they're like, you know, I don't know, ways to dig stairs into it, or, you know, just break it up so it's not just one long.
I think we're also both, we're all really quite excited at the opportunity to kind of engage the broader environment around the site there. We're set in the woods. You have, you know, great access down to Tenure Branch Trail. So Faith, I'm not mistaken, we're coordinating with Recreation and Parks to find ways to connect the property down to the Tenure Branch, and that'll actually increase both kind of the quality of life, but also the accessibility to actually reduce parking requirements, because you can take your bike right into town, ride it back. You're not going to be strictly automobile dependent the way previously I think residents were.
Mhm. And we're just doing questions now, is that right?
Yes, just questions.
One of my other questions is around the program, the apartment management. You know, one of the things with transitioning from public housing to RAD is to private management is, you know, one of the benefits of public housing is just the lower barrier access to housing. Can you talk about what, I guess, the application process and criteria you will use to screen?
Well, we certainly could get you that information, like if you wanted to see our tenant selection plan, all of that, our lease. Yeah, like I said, we own and manage over 6,800 units of affordable housing across 6 states. So, you know, it's not our first rodeo, and we serve people along the entire spectrum, 30% to market rate, really. So yeah, I mean, if you're interested in seeing our tenant selection plan, I'd be happy to provide that.
Yeah, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry, give me one sec. Okay, I'll save everything else for comments. Thanks.
Alan Ventai?
Yeah, just very quickly, you know, I appreciate what was said about connecting this property with Tenured Branch Trail and with Parks and Rec. Also want to encourage thinking about, you know, some kid-friendly amenities as well, since it's right down the road from Northside Elementary, and, you know, there are sure to be families living here as well.
I think it's a great comment. And with that, we are looking at a variety of sort of playgrounds, tot lots, and other amenities. I think one of the things that that's been suggested, I think is quite clever, is we have to have a turnaround for the fire truck anyway. We've got a big T-turn, and rather than sort of just making it this sort of asphalt strip, looking at whether it's, you know, a four square patch, or it's a basketball court, or a combination thereof, but really trying to make an amenity out of a requirement.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a quick question about the affordability time horizon. I know you're required to do, you said it was at least 30 years for the 9%. Could you give me a sense of what the typical time horizon for your other projects have been?
Well, CHP is a buy and hold organization. We're mission driven, and so our projects stay affordable in perpetuity. You know, we don't sell properties, you know, back into the open market typically. You know, I've been with CHP for almost 16 years, and other than us divesting of our Florida portfolio recently, we probably have sold a handful of properties, 2, 3, maybe over the last 16 years. So our properties stay affordable.
Okay.
Yeah, just, I'm sorry, I should have asked this before, but we heard about J Street a couple weeks ago, and now this, and each, if they go 4%, seems like, it could require a subsidy of $2-3 million, something like that. And given, the amounts of money in our affordable housing reserve and the authorized bonds, do we in fact have enough money to, if both of these projects can only go 4% LIHTC, do we in fact have enough money in hand to support both projects?
Emily, did you want to answer that?
If both go, you're saying if both end up being 4% projects? I think that's something, I think we're having to strategize under scenario A, B, and C, and we haven't yet come up with that answer, and would have to probably push both projects to look at other sources. We do that anyway, but we have not had each development team come up with financing plans for 4% project, including town or other funds, because we're still trying to figure out whether that's necessary. So I think that question is to be worked out over the coming months.
Because it seems like, we're gonna have to make some commitments by the end of 2022, and we need to have all that worked out by then.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
And there is always the option, someone asked earlier about this project going in 2023 with a 9%. There is that option for J Street as well, to wait, to try again.
Okay.
And can I ask, is the cost of demolition of this project included in this price? In the project?
Yes.
Just making sure. Okay. All right, this item is up for public input at this point in time. If you wish to make a comment or share information with us, we invite you to do so at this time on this item. You can use the raise your hand function or the *9 function, and Mr. Parker will call you in.
Yes, Robert Beasley has raised his hand. Over as we speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome.
Great. This is a really important project, and I just want to commend CHP on not only how they've engaged with the community and the residents to determine what amenities were more important than others, and to determine how the design of the building should fit into the neighborhood, but the way that you've represented that in this presentation so that the public understands it. It really is a model, I think, for how to do that. And I wish that we'd see it in other developments in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Beasley was the only one who has raised a hand.
Okay. I will bring this back to council for comments, but I encourage you to be quick. We still have 2 more items in a closed session. We have Julie Pace signed up. Is she still there with us? Mr. Parker?
Yeah, I didn't see her name anywhere, but yeah, here we go.
Okay.
Julie Pace, we need to promote over. Keith, you able to move her? Because I seem not to be able to.
Do we know we can get her moved over?
Looks like she's moving over now. No, she's not.
Okay, why don't we go ahead with council comments, and if we can get this resolved, we'll bring her in. Amy?
Yeah, so I guess my comments are there's one of the slides you showed that is that there would be units up to 80%. I'd really like to see this be at the much lower, certainly under 60% level. That my first thought on seeing the playground across the parking lot is that that was a little dangerous for the kids. Now I understand why the community wanted it that way for noise, and I don't know what the slope is at the far eastern side, if it would be possible to move something over there. But just if there's anything you can do to keep the kids from crossing the road and crossing the parking lot, I think that would be great. I hope that you'll work to make it as energy efficient as we can afford. I'm excited that you've got that group on to consult about that. I think that's terrific. Thank you for staying out of the RCD and being respectful of the slopes. I really do appreciate that. When you come back, I'd like to talk about how we get an affordability guarantee going forward. I appreciate that your group that holds and keeps properties, but things happen. And just, you know, if for some reason you had to divest, how we would make sure that we can keep this affordable much farther in the future to 30 years. But yeah, otherwise, let's get going. Thank you.
All right. Karen and Jess.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Ryan's comments. I also just wanted to mention, and I think you talk about this in your concept plan, but because of that steep hill, the community is really isolated. It's not visible. A lot of the public housing in Chapel Hill is kind of hidden, whether by design or not. And so any ways that you can, you know, make this new neighborhood feel more connected, more integrated, more visible, I think would be really great. We want this neighborhood to feel very connected and part of the town. So any ways you can approach that would be really appreciated. I also, in terms of affordability, I know for the 9%, you have to guarantee, I think it was 25% below 30 AMI. I would love to see a commitment to that regardless. I know there's financing there, but I would love to see us be able to stick with that as our goal anyway. And I also want to just make sure that there is space for community programming, for after schools, for tutoring, for community gatherings. I think that's really important. So making sure that's part of the final design. Thank you. It's exciting.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I think Faith mentioned earlier that we've all been waiting with anticipation for a long time. So we're excited that you're here. I am really excited about the energy efficiency consultant. I think that's awesome. And I think it's something that I would like to see us, you know, always do going forward in one way or another. I also would like to understand the plan about the affordability in perpetuity, regardless of what happens. I think that's just really important for us to have in writing somewhere, or some sort of, you know, the plan in place. I also agree about just being connected to trails and the connectivity, but I think it's great. I'm glad it's moving forward, and it's just really exciting. So thanks.
How's-been?
Yeah, well, I think there are several things. One is I also have a concern about the connectivity, this whatever that we can do to make it more connected, either by walk, by bicycle, or by transit. that will be hopeful and something that we have been talking about for the goals for affordable housing in the future. So, but the way the design is now, still feel like with regards to the accessibility and the connectivity, it's a challenging side. So whatever in design that we can improve that'll be a big plus. And second is I'm hoping that there is more can be done with regard to the affordability at 30 years. Of course, it's it's better than that not having the affordable housing for 30 years, but I still feel like it's pretty short time, whatever that we can do to make sure that we can have that guaranteed affordability throughout the life cycle of this project. I think that will be something that I think our community that really value. But I really like the components of you're trying to incorporate the community amenities and the meeting places in this project. I think I really appreciate that component in the project.
All right. Michael?
I'd be quick. Just first of all, I'm really glad to see this moving forward. Really happy the way things are shaking out. Just a couple things. One, and I expect this is something consultants deal with anyway, but are we looking at making these things 100% electric and not using natural gas for either heating or for cooking? That seems to be something we really need to be pushing toward. And this is, I'll ask it, I think I know the answer, but I'll ask it anyway. Are there any options for at least putting in conduit for PV should that become feasible at a later date? I mean, you do have a south facing, the buildings do face south, so there may be some opportunities there at least to, put in the conduit, but otherwise it looks great and really excited about this.
Alan?
Yeah, I'm also excited about the direction things are going in here. I just wanted to reiterate some of the points that Ms. Stegman made, especially as it pertains to making sure that the neighborhood is integrated with its surroundings. I almost snapped my fingers when Ms. Stegman said what she said about public housing tending to be hidden in Chapel Hill. And so the more that we can connect it to the surrounding areas, I think the better off the whole community will be, and especially the residents.
Okay, I'll wrap us up here. Just so excited to see us moving forward. We've been talking about Trinity Court, and we're just really pleased that we are rebuilding it to something much better for the people that will be living there, especially. Agree with the comments that have been shared here. I know you're working towards those, but also just having community amenities for the people living here as well, because it is such a constrained site. I know it's difficult, but it's really important for people to have gathering spaces and places to be together. So it is a community and not just a public housing building. So whatever we can do, and I'm appreciative of the sidewalk. I've tried to walk that thing, and when a car is coming down that hill, it's not a fun interaction. So whatever we can do to help make life feel like a community there and feel connected to the rest of the community, I think is very, very important. So thank you for bearing with us and being punted to a later meeting, but we're excited that you were able to present, and we look forward to seeing this project as it moves through our system.
And I move R3.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Parker, second by Mr. Boincy to move out R3. Roll call vote very quickly. Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Boincy.
Aye.
Ms. Gu.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen. Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Mayor says aye as well. Oh, that's all we need to do is transmit our comments. Thank you very much. We appreciate you joining us. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Brings
much.
us to item number 7. Close the legislative hearing and consider an application for conditional zoning at 150 East Rosemary Street. I know there have been some updates and changes since last time we met, so we look forward to hearing those. And I know the applicant has a few things to make statements about, and I know we've been moving this one to, we've been progressing. So let's just start there. We don't need to go over the entire project again, but let's go over the changes that have been made since last time we met?
Sure, I'll just give a brief overview and then I'll turn it over to the applicant. All right, can everyone see the presentation? All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Becky McDonald with our Planning Department, and tonight we have a conditional zoning application for 150 East Rosemary Street. I have 9 slides, but I'll breeze through it very quickly. I'll take a few minutes. So this is the process for this application. Tonight is the 3rd time the council is hearing this item for possible action. And our recommendation tonight is to close the legislative hearing, consider adopting the resolution of consistency, and consider enacting ordinance A. I won't really go into any detail since this is the 3rd time, but just to remind everyone, it is a proposal to construct a 7-story lab and office building above 3 levels of underground parking at the existing Wallace Deck site shown here. And this is the proposed site plan with the building and the proposed town green at the corner of East Rosemary and Henderson Street. So to talk a little bit more about the updates since the last meeting on November 17th, the council had several questions and topics of discussion at that meeting. The developer has provided updates on all these issues, and they will go into more detail on those in their presentation. You also have some information in your packet as well, so I'll just provide a quick update. So first, there's been some additional information that has been provided on biosafety levels, some information about other comparable research hubs in the area, and some of the different safety regulations that are required for each of those different levels. The developer has also provided some examples of nearby similar facilities and their loading docks and how they function in those downtown areas. There was a question about the mechanical penthouse and the height. It has been analyzed further, and the developer does not believe that the height can be reduced any further, but there are some additional cladding options that might be available. And we have also received some additional proposed condition language regarding this topic that I can share later on if you'd like. The developer has stated that the building will be a LEED certified level at a minimum. Up to 36 vehicles could be accommodated with EV charging stations, and up to 30 e-bikes could be accommodated with the removal of 1 parking space. There's been a little bit of more information provided to demonstrate accessibility improvements for the town green. And then finally, a new location has been proposed for the solid waste facility to be located behind the building along NCNB Alley. It would require the loading dock width to be reduced slightly, but it would allow the town green to be expanded. And one caveat there is that this new location would require an easement as the facility would be located on private property. And we've prepared conditions for each of these options for the original solid waste facility along Henderson Street and for it to be located along NCNB Alley. And depending on which option council chooses, we can include either of those conditions in the ordinance. And these are the conditions as we've drafted them: 1 for Henderson Street, 1 for the facility to be in the alleyway. And I have these in a separate document that I'll pull up later if you'd like as well. Read it word for word right now. And again, our recommendation tonight is to close the legislative hearing, consider adopting the resolution of consistency, and consider enacting ordinance A. I will turn it over to.
Good evening, Mayor Heminger, members of council, Manager Jones. Thank you, Becky, for the nice overview. She did a very nice overview of the total list of comments that we talked about. I want you all to know we did hear you. We've spent a lot the last 2 weeks working hard together with staff on a lot of the issues that Becky outlined so well. We have a brief presentation. It does take a number of slides because there is a lot of detail that we have talked about with you all. That presentation, I'll introduce Michael here in a second, will cover the trash operations and location that Becky referred to, the biosafety levels, which I know is an important concern and issue of discussion with you all, the height and massing on Franklin Street, and finally the mechanical penthouse cladding. So in the interest of time, I know it's late, I'll turn it over to Michael to go through those issues, and we're happy to dialogue with you about any of and all of those. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good to see you again. As Joe said, these are the key things we're going to cover in this presentation. I know a lot of information has been shared, so I'll try to move quickly through it. So first is the trash operations and location. But first, this is a summary of the revisions that have been made in the past 2 weeks. Overall, 2 options for trash, as have been mentioned. We have gone back with our engineers and taken a very hard look at the mechanical penthouse. We can't make it physically smaller. We can't make the Lego blocks smaller, but we have found a way to rearrange them. The result is that the louvers that previously faced Franklin Street, we can now place at the ends of the penthouse, which really opens up a whole new range of possibilities how to treat the Franklin Street facing facade. So we felt really good about that. And we have images to show some of the possibilities that that provides. Trash, starting with that. So the 2 options, the previous one, which you have seen before with the enclosure on Henderson Street, it would remain on town property as it is today. It would not have any impact to the alley. A lot of concerns about the visibility of it facing Henderson Street and potential impact to pedestrians. And the trucks would be accessing it directly from the street, of course. That's the rendering we had done. This had been before HDC. And we had used materials such as fieldstone cladding around the walls and the potential for artwork on the gate. This is the one that we've gone back with, looking at it with Palatine and GFL, is placing it next to the loading dock with the compactor on the right-hand side and the recycling containers on the left. So clearly this would not be visible from Henderson, which is nice. It gives us a little more park space, and all the trash would be accessed from NCP Alley. As was mentioned, it is on private property now, so an easement would be required, and it does have somewhat of an effect on our loading dock. We're going to have, there's still room for a truck there, but it's less than we had previously. This is just a little detail. It shows you everything that's in the alley. On the far left, there are 3 Duke Energy transformers that really can't be moved. So the alignment of the alley has been adjusted a little bit. So there are the recycling containers and the rollout bins. There's the compactor, and keep in mind, we also required to provide 3 parking spaces dedicated to the post office. Those are shown in yellow. And then on the plus side here, we regain this area that could be park space. We don't have the enclosure anymore. And then this is an updated rendering of what that could be like. It's not a final design. The landscape architects didn't have a lot of time, but this shows a possibility what it could be like, a nice green space stepping up from the sidewalk level to the top of the park. Biosafety. I know, again, we've exchanged a lot of information. I think the simplest way to think about it is BSL 1 and 2. This is the great majority. I would say, I spoke to many colleagues about this, and kind of the characterization is probably 99% of the space would be 1 and 2, if not nearly all of it. In these type of commercial buildings, they're all around us in Durham, downtown. Winston-Salem has the Innovation Quarter, and of course our Research Triangle Park. These are relatively low hazard, posing very little risk to people working there or the public. I don't want to skip ahead. BSL 4 is another easy one. We don't really see any scenario where one of these would be located in this building. They are always in highly secured campuses, gated facilities, and that one would never occur here. The one that comes a little bit into question is 3. Again, it's very unusual to see one of those in a building of this type. Haven't been able to find one really. They're very expensive. It would generally be a large type of pharmaceutical company who builds their own buildings, or a government or university. And the ones in our vicinity, State has one in the vet school, Duke has their biocontainment lab, and then UNC has facilities. But again, this is something that we see as a low probability. And I know you all talking about a way to start reviewing this in the future at the town level. But we think 1 and 2 is by far and away the type of lab users we'd be seeing in this building. Certainly not 4, and very, very unlikely to see 3. So Franklin Street, I mentioned that we rearranged penthouse equipment to get the louvers to the ends, opening up new options for the cladding and the massing. So we had this before you last time, and where the penthouse was almost like a lid sitting on top of the building as a separate element with the louvers facing Franklin. We looked at several ways to adjust this, and with the opportunity to move the louvers to the ends, we no longer had to keep that face open. So what we are looking at now, and we actually like a lot, of moving these projecting glass bays up, which engages that architectural expression of the building with the penthouse and doesn't impede the louvers since they're on the ends of the building. And we feel it's a significant improvement. It puts more focus on the building and less on the penthouse. And then the penthouse mass feels more integrated into the overall architectural expression. And then this is a view from the crosswalk in front of Carolina Cafe, crossing over to the renovation of 137 Franklin Street, which is nearing completion. The cladding itself, so what we were showing are those two, just kind of a simple metal panel, but there are other ways we could think about that. One of them is introducing color. Those could be metal panels, or in the inset photo, that's back painted glass. Could be something like that to add an element of color to it. This is one we started to like a lot, which is using perforated metal, which could have a pattern. And the one we were exploring is kind of using the theme of molecular biology, using a kind of a diagram of organic chemistry that could become an expression of the program of the building. That would be one option to look at. Another one is to articulate the skin of the penthouse with the texture or folded pattern. And finally, I think something we shouldn't forget is that we could do something with lighting within that, within those projecting glass bays. LED lighting, as you know, is nowadays not exotic and it's not expensive. This would also provide the opportunity to create variety, or if people didn't like it, at times turn it off. So that's something else that could be explored. Finally, I have 2 short animations that have been updated. I think they're about 30 seconds each. It's probably worth looking at them because we've now added all the facades and storefronts. And I think it shows better how the building kind of sits within the context of downtown from Wyndham Run. This is going from the post office toward Columbia Street. Then here's 137 East Franklin. And quickly going, I'm sorry. No, this is quickly going from Columbia Street, the opposite direction. So that concludes what we have for you this evening. And of course, we're happy to answer questions or hear your comments.
Thank you. Bring us back to full screen. Council members, clarifying questions. I did ask the applicant if they'd be willing to stipulate absolutely no biolab 4, and they said they would. Is that still an agreement? We have that from them. And a stipulation, there'll be some other suggestions too, that they would leave the louvered ends, and they would not put the louvered pieces back onto Franklin Street in final design. There's a few other things, but I just thought I'd make sure council was aware of that. Other clarifying questions before we hear from the public? Amy.
Yeah, in the resolution A, it says that the modifications to regulation has a max core height of 140 feet. Does that include the penthouse?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Jess?
Yeah, so I know that our urban designer gave some really good suggestions to help make this project feel more integrated and kind of really work better with the rest of the with Franklin Street. I'm just wondering if you could talk about which recommendations you took and which you didn't and why.
The feedback we got from Brian was after we had developed this latest revision, and he did send us some comments. We haven't had time to go back and study he made one suggestion, and we're happy to look at it, as we go forward. But I think we got him yesterday, and we haven't done them, but we haven't not done them. We just haven't had time to, talk to him and have a look at that suggestion. But we would anticipate, certainly, as we have in the past, collaborating with him and getting his input as the design develops.
So I guess I'm a little confused. So if we're not ready for tonight, then I guess that's one problem. But are there other suggestions along the way that Brian has given that have been integrated, or are you just talking about one at the end that hasn't been?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the one at the very end. He wrote a memo that he gave his reaction to this latest revision. And then he had one suggestion and a sketch at the end of it. And that one sketch we have not had an opportunity to investigate. But all of his other comments we basically agree with.
Okay, so then how do we get the last one kind of into the mix?
We certainly want to continue to, as we have in the past, work with him and take his comments and study them and integrate them as we agreed to with him. And that's how we've worked on all the previous projects as well.
Michael and Hongbin?
I just want to jump in real quick. Just what he sketched indicated a step back or some reveal or distance on that top floor, which we think will be, and Michael, you can speak to this better than me as the designer, but there's difficulty because of the efficiency of the structure. But what he did open up, or what it did open up for us to talk about or think about, is, are there different ways to treat that top floor? Is it ways to treat the masonry facade at that top level, introduce a different look on the windows, or glazing or glass to take that top floor? So Michael talked about that integrating better with the moving of the louvers to the end. There are 2 or 3 different ways to look at that to continue to improve that facade. We're at schematic design level, so it's something we're happy to continue working with Brian. He's great to collaborate with. Like Michael said, he had a lot of great ideas that are reflected in that current design that you see right now.
Michael, then Hong Bin.
Yeah, I actually, Joe, you said something that I was just about to ask about. So if you could help us understand, you're right now in schematic design, which, and I think due to the, the beauty of computer generated imagery makes buildings look like they're far more final than they actually are, or at least that's my impression. So Michael, could you talk a little bit about, how things progressed from here, through design development, and how the building may or may not continue to evolve as you continue to work on it?
Sure. That's a good point about, the digital tools we have now that often imply a degree of resolution that we're not actually there yet, but the expectation is theirs, and those are the tools we have. So I would say at schematic design, we basically set the basic physical parameters of the building, the plan, the height, the section, and so forth. Moving into the next phase, all the kind of refinements and other types of architectural expression we would be looking at, and going back to Councilwoman Anderson's question. So in Brian's sketch, he suggested, well, could we step back here? If we don't step back, could we have other kind of articulation, a change of material? And those are the kind of things we'll look at, but we didn't feel like in a day we could do justice to that and come back with some final recommendation. So I didn't want to leave the impression we were being dismissive about that. And so in the next phase of design, those are exactly the kind of things we will be exploring, and the proportion of wall to window to curtain wall and so forth. But that's the normal, that is the normal progression of design as you move out of schematic design. But we wouldn't be looking to make the building one floor less or one floor more, or make the floor plates larger. I mean, those things are pretty much set. So we'd be looking at refinements and variations on the architectural expression.
And would you have any objection or problem, continuing your engagement with Brian as you move through that?
No, and I what I was trying to say is that that's how we worked, particularly on the parking deck when I was involved with that, and I always felt like we had great interaction. He brought ideas to the table. I've always enjoyed working with him. In fact, he was a former Perkins and Will person, as I was. We had a lot of affinity in that regard. So no, we absolutely expect to and want to continue that going forward.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Hong Bin.
Yes, so I'm really glad that you agree with to completely rule out to accommodate the biosafety level 4 labs in this building. I think everyone will agree. I'm really glad that there are no debates on that issue. So for level 3, and then of course, I think I can also accept that for a wet lab, we can accommodate the level 1 and 2. I think we all have consensus on that as well. So I'm glad with that. And now it's level 3. So level 3, I want to ask that have you or Clay Grubb, have you ever designed any lab, biosafety level 3 lab before? Do you have that experience in designing or constructing or managing those kind of biosafety level 3 lab in your portfolio?
I guess there's two different questions there. We're not designers, so the answer on that would be no. I think Michael could speak to that part of the equation. We currently don't own or operate any lab space specifically. We do have some buildings that have lab users that would be more in that one or two category, but not a full lab building. Would be a tenant here or a tenant there.
Good. Do you think that in our downtown, I mean, that location and then the building, do you think that it is appropriate for this building to handle or doing experiment or dealing with infectious agents in our downtown lab?
I don't know how to answer that specifically. I mean, you think of the other downtowns or other university settings or communities that have a lot of life science.
Yeah, well,
like Cambridge, like Durham,
no,
like
I'm just trying to
Winston-Salem.
clarify. Yeah, and trying
they
to save
have a lot of
time as
those.
well. So you're not sure about that. Second, do you think that it's okay for this lab to operate or manipulate the airborne infectious agents that are transmitted by air?
Can you repeat that? I'm not sure I understood that
Like
correctly.
coronavirus, it is airborne infectious agent. Do you think for our downtown lab, is it appropriate for our downtown lab to be allowed to handle that kind of infectious agent?
I think it would be
That is that
appropriate.
in your
Like,
vision, that is the building is going to be designed or operated for. Coronavirus.
I'm not sure where you're going with the question. I mean, we have
Okay, so you do not have
prescribed
anything to that as
biosafety.
well.
If
Okay,
I
the
can
third
please answer the question.
Yeah, okay.
There are
You-
prescribed biosafety levels, and they have strict requirements. There are many code requirements that those folks that operate those facilities have protocols for. They operate, you have those in UNC and Chapel Hill today.
Yeah, well, I understand that.
They're in downtown
Well,
Durham today. They're in downtown Winston-Salem today.
Yeah,
We would
but-
be operating using the same protocols and safety requirements like you have in any of those other environments where those facilities exist today, including Chapel Hill.
Okay, so I'm just trying to read out what the level 3 biosafety level 3 lab is going to handle. They're going to handle the infectious agents that will causing that is transmitted through air, that is going to cause potential lethal infections. That's the definition of the biosafety level 3 labs, what kind of particles they're handled with. And with the design for those labs, usually they will require that all the air are directional. There's no air circulation in those buildings and the labs. So it has direct implication if you are planning to accommodate that kind of lab, it has a direct implication of what kind of building design that you should have. So given that you have not put much thoughts to it, and you do not have experience with that, so how I don't know that have in your conversation or design so far that you think, what do you think that you would be able to handle a lab of biosafety level 3 lab in safely?
I would like to, if you don't mind, I'd like to insert a couple of comments. I'm in my past career, I was involved. I was with the similar project. I was the lead architect for the consolidation of the United States Food and Drug Administration campus in Washington. And one of the buildings there is the Center for Biologics, and it had several BSL-3 suites in it. And you're correct, it's for airborne infectious agents, and it does require very specific and stringent designs around pressure differentials within the spaces and the containment and filtration of the air. But what we're designing now is a core and shell building. It is not designed for any specific BSL level. If, and I think it's a low likelihood, there was a user who wanted to be in there and had a BSL-3 suite, all of the things you're talking about would have to be built inside the building, including the mechanical equipment, But what we're designing now is not to a specific BSL level. It is a core and shell building that each individual tenant and their particular type of research will have to be accommodated.
Okay, so you're saying that you're building the shell, you're not, that shell does not have the directly in, or will not be directly impacted by what kind of use that it's going to have. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that every tenant and their specific requirements will have to be addressed in the build out of their space. And it will have to meet the requirements for that specific type of research and by a safety level that the research demands.
So when you're building the building by itself, like how the HVAC system, when you're designing those things, how the air circulation is going to going through the building, that is not a part of your building design. You're going to like waiting for the
no, because you build the basic, and I don't know how much in the weeds we want to get here, and
Yeah.
our engineer is not here.
Mm-hmm.
But we build the basic backbone of the mechanical systems. There's a great deal of build out that happens internally with each tenant fit out. So all of those details and subtleties are not addressed in the base building design. It's a very robust infrastructure that's being designed. It can handle a wide range of things, but we can't anticipate the exact tenants that are going to be here and their needs. That comes later.
Well, okay. Well,
Okay, so this is, we need to move along. This has
Okay.
been asked and answered. Let's, you way over time, so get to whatever else you have on your list, please.
Okay. Then. Yeah, I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? All right, I'll put out there to the applicant. I'd asked earlier, I sent you all an email about having a safety oversight committee that would be established to review at certain times like they do in Cambridge. And I wanted to know if the applicant was amenable to having that committee be part of this assessment going forward. It would have nothing to do with who you're renting to or what, just that it meets the safety protocols that are in place with CDC guidelines.
Yes, I think that's, we consider Cambridge one of the gold standard communities for that. So I think it's an excellent idea for Chapel Hill to do the same. And we would embrace that here.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll open this up for public comment at this time, and then we'll come back to council comments. Anyone from the public wishing to speak, please use the raise your hand function. We did have a couple of people pre-sign up to speak as well, and we welcome your comments and ask you if you can please stay within the 3-minute time limit. Thank you.
So far, we have Matt Gladdick followed by Robert Beasley.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager. I applaud you all on your public service and how much you put into these meetings. I just want to give a couple of brief comments. I want to thank everyone for all the comments that they made and for the developer for the changes they made to the project, which is better for downtown. As always, the Downtown Partnership doesn't take a specific position on any one building in downtown, but I do just want to talk about the importance of wet lab for our downtown. Just this morning, I had a phone call from another wet lab developer who's interested in downtown Chapel Hill for a location because they are talking about how often they develop in RTP and in other areas and how many UNC researchers are going off to RTP and to Durham to locate. And they have said that they would prefer to stay in Chapel Hill, but there's no space for them. So as we look at our housing study and as we look at the fact that 2/3 of our local residents are going elsewhere to work and knowing that there's a demand for this office space in town, and as we're still waiting to see what the fallout for what office space will be in COVID-19 and in a post-pandemic world, we know that wet lab can't be done at home and can't be telecommuted. And this is a really important part of our economic development future for downtown. And so I thank you for the robust conversation you've had here to make sure this is a great building Thanks to the developer for dealing with the garbage issues on Henderson Street. And I look forward to this and hopefully other projects in downtown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Beasley, and I do not see anyone else.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to comment on the biosafety level 3. I think Dr. Gu is asking some really good questions, but I think they're really questions for the town council and not the developer. And while the safety mechanisms, the protocols are all there to give you a confidence level that there won't be an accident, they're all dependent upon people following them, using them, adhering them. And that translates into the tenants that are going to be using this lab. And so for the town council, I think you have to ask yourselves, are the tenants that we expect to have in this lab tenants that we would trust to follow the safety protocols of biosafety level 3? There are accidents at Chapel Hill. There are accidents at biosafety level 3 labs. There are near misses. You really need to think about who we're expecting to use this lab, and can we trust them to be vigilant enough and respectful enough of the protocols and make good decisions if you're going to allow biosafety level 3 there. Thank you.
All right, last
Okay.
call.
That is everybody.
Okay. Well, I bring it back to council for comments for where we're going next. Amy Ryan.
Thank you. So I just want to thank Matt for coming in and speaking out on behalf of this project and how important it is for downtown, and I think really important for the future of Chapel Hill. I think this is a really transformative effort that we've got here. So I'm very, very excited. I want to thank the development team for working with us to make things better as things have evolved. You've listened to our concerns and you've really made a lot of improvements. It's a very big building. That's going to be a lot for Chapel Hill to swallow. I think that the design is going to make it work. My one concern right now is I think that the Franklin Street facade is not there yet. What started originally as something that was really pretty back of house has evolved from there. I like the balcony that you've put on. I like your new projecting glass bays. I would love some sort of way to not get those value engineered out, because I think they're going to be a really nice touch. But I think I was looking at Brian Peterson's recommendations. I think there are still things that you can do that will help reduce that feeling of massing and that feeling of height. So I just one comment on the cladding on the penthouse. I'm a no on the color. I just think it might not wear so well in 10 or 15 years. But I think the other things, anything you can do to really minimize that. I'm glad you're committing to having those louvers on the east-west side. I think that's opened up a lot of design options for you. I'd encourage you to think harder about chipping away some of those mass at the corners and at the top, the way Brian was suggesting. I think there's room to make something that would actually be kind of spectacular with outdoor space there looking out into the university. So I would like to know if you would accept a stipulation that would say that you would continue to work with Brian on that facade to try to address issues about, minimizing the height and improving the massing there for the Franklin Street facade, if that would be something you'd consider.
Yes, I mean, as Michael said, we've enjoyed working with Brian. He's very collaborative. He's generated some great ideas. We've incorporated many, if not most of those ideas. And as you heard him say also that we just got this latest one. I saw it for the first time earlier today. I don't know that we can do it 100%, but I think there's something there that we can continue to work with them on.
I think that it will, you know, what I know that Mr. Parker has talked a lot about making sure that the community is excited about this building as we are, so that we can kind of continue this momentum. And I think part of that is the right design here and making sure that it really works for the town. I think that's going to have a lot to do with how folks will accept other kind of big visionary projects going forward. So, and again, you know, Franklin Street, you're right at an iconic place on Franklin Street. It's just really, really, really important to get this piece right. So I earlier sent some suggested wording to staff. I don't know if they have it. What I'm proposing is council directs the applicant to continue to develop the design of the south facade of the building with the goal of minimizing the appearance of height and mass from Franklin Street, following the guidance of Brian Peterson's input of 1129. Their design should be submitted to the manager to confirm these goals have been met before a ZCP will be issued. So it doesn't have you, just making sure that you're working through the manager and you're working through staff, and that they feel those goals have been addressed.
We'd be happy to do that. I think, you know, Brian works well, and I want to be clear, he works well on the town's behalf. He's looking at it from the community point of view, but he's good at working with us to arrive at a common solution. So we'd be happy to do that with the staff and with the manager.
That would be great. Yeah, we're super happy that we have him on staff. So
can I see if I have a thumbs up from council for that agreement? Okay. All right, thank you. Just making sure. Thank you.
That's good. Yeah, when we did the parking deck, I know that we had pretty specific tree planting information in there. Would you guys be okay doing that with your trees as well?
You mean?
Go ahead, Mike. I believe so. Again, our landscape architect's not with us, but I know they had provided a list of quite a number of species, and so I think they're pretty flexible in that regard.
It's more the kind of soil and things. It's more the underpinning to make sure that it grows, because you do have very narrow planting beds there. So I think that was the stipulation in the parking deck, was just about how you were going to engineer that soil underneath. And so if we could just do that here, I think we've got the same condition. So, but yeah, thank you for working with us, and it's very exciting.
Okay, can I just ask, as council members make comments, are you good with the trash relocation? Are you okay? Thumbs up from people who are good with the trash relocation. Good. Are we good with the EV charging stations, the e-bikes, and the okay? We're good with the no bio level 4. I'm just making sure so we don't have to make all the same comments again. Are we good with asking the manager to create a format for a safety review committee to be looking at all these kinds of things in the future? It wouldn't be just for this building, it would be for any kind of lab building in our community. Getting some thumbs. Okay, all right, just making sure. I think those were the.
Could we make sure that that committee is in place for this project though? I mean, how does that timing work?
Yeah, so it'll take, I mean, it takes 2 years before they would even get the project, you know, building going. So we have time, and we can ask the manager to bring it back this spring, and they're agreeing to comply with whatever this is. So I just want to, but I think the town has to design the committee structure and purpose and goals, right? Okay, all right. Okay, next comment, Ty, and then Michael.
I just had a quick question about the committee. I'm assuming we'd be pulling from UNC for that.
I think we asked the manager to design what that looks like. There is the Cambridge model, and they're going to look at that we sent, that has both academics and industry experts at the same time. Does that answer your question?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right, because there's, yeah, all right. All right, who was next? Michael, you next. There you go.
So I want to first, express, this is a good night for excitement, apparently. I want to express my excitement over this project. I think it's really going to give our downtown a huge shot in the arm and really help Chapel Hill take its place. I'm really appreciative of the time and effort, the development team has put into listening both to the council, to the community, and to Brian to make this a better building. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that this is probably the most important single building to go up in Chapel Hill in the last 30 or 40 years. It's that important, it's that visible, and it is what our community really will gravitate toward. So anything you can continue to do, I don't want to, sound preachy about this, but you have taken on a huge responsibility. We're giving you a huge responsibility. And I hope that, you'll continue to work on the building and make it the very best that you possibly can, because a building that doesn't work here is really going to set back this town in terms of our goals and our ambitions for decades. And that's something we just can't afford at this point. So I'm really appreciative of the work you've done so far. And I know that, if you take the responsibility as seriously as the council does, you can continue to make it an even better building, and one that people will look at and say, they got it right. And we'd like more of them. That's really what we aspire to, so that whether it's office buildings or wet labs or something we haven't even thought about yet, we'll get more of them. I also wanted to, say a couple of words about the biosafety issue. I think there are standards, CDC and all sorts of standards for biosafety. I think that, as Mr. Stephen, as Michael said, they are building a shell. I think that, number one, it is extremely unlikely we will get a level 3 facility there, but you can't assume anything. And when you assume, bad things happen. But I am quite confident that between the existing standards, between the committee that will be put together, that whatever goes into that building will be safe. None of us on the council take our responsibility to our citizens lightly. We all understand how important it is that what we do is not to the detriment of our town and its residents. And I am quite confident, just as and that we will, and that our town staff working with this committee will ensure that whatever kinds of labs go into that building will meet the highest standards and will be safe. And I think that the reality is sometimes we forget when we look at our downtown or look at the town, we have a whole university full of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of square feet of labs on our doorsteps, half a mile from downtown with all kinds of facilities, and it works. And so I think if we draw upon some of the experts at UNC, again, I am completely confident that we will be able to build a building that enriches our innovative community, our entrepreneurship community, and will be safe as anything can be for the residents of our town. Because if I thought otherwise, I wouldn't be supporting this building. So I'm really excited tonight. I think this is an occasion that we may perhaps look back on with some interest, shall we say, but I'm really excited to go forward with this.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Jess, then Hongbin.
Yeah, thank you. I do think the design has gotten better. I really want to express gratitude to Councilmember Ryan for actually drafting alternate language. I think for the way I see our job is that we need things at the time of approval, and not hope for the best afterwards, not because the applicant isn't trying to do the right thing, but just that we have a different perspective sometimes, or that we need to get things done at the time of approval. So I think that's really important that we do those things the night of when possible. So thank you for being willing to work with Brian and work with our staff. I just think that's really important. I think you gave some options about the facade, and I agree. The colors I think will be really cool now, and then we probably might regret it later. So I would say the I guess it was the folded metal. Is that the one that's kind of the most unobtrusive, or kind of, I think that would probably be the best idea for something that's going to be around for longer than whatever's trendy. I also, I was honestly a little disappointed that the public had somehow gotten the perception that we were going to allow the level 4, or that the applicant was proposing that. So I think we just have to be really careful about what we convey to the public. And also I think there has to be, you know, the assumption that we are trying to do the best. Our staff is always looking out, and we're always looking out for the health and safety of the community. And that's non-negotiable, of course. And so I think, you know, anyone giving the public the perception that we were going to do otherwise is really doing a disservice. And of course, we take that incredibly seriously, and we would never put something downtown that hadn't been researched and that would potentially be hazardous. And I think Councilmember Parker is correct that given that we already have these things in our community and that they're in other places, including where I grew up, you know, these are not, we know how, you know, people, not me, but people know how to do this, and we're making sure that we get it right. So I also think it's really important that we have that oversight board. And so I'm really glad that we're moving forward with that. I understand that's direction to staff. That's not related to this particular project, but we do need that in place. So yeah, thanks.
Hong Bin, and then Ty.
Yeah. Well, I think that this project, like several council members already commented on, this is going to be a very impactful project, or probably the most impactful project that well, at least during the time that I have served on the council. So I think there are several improvements, especially with regard to the EV charging station, the relocation of the trash collection site. I think these are all, I would think that there's significant improvement in that. So with regard to the building facade on the side of the Franklin Street, I'm hoping that when our follow-up conversation, it's not only about this building itself, does it look good or not? Of course, there are lots of subject opinion in that. I'm hoping that we will also consider how this building fit into our downtown, because we have a historic downtown that a lot of us feel really proud of, and think that they're the character, the defining character of the town of Chapel Hill. Whatever that we can do will help this building, will enhance our downtown, not just like stand out, and that's like making our historic buildings look out of place. I think that will be the results that we're hoping to accomplish. So my major concern again is about the safety of this wet lab. I think that it's good. Now we're making the specific that we're not going to allow the biosafety level 4 labs in this building, which is not specific, which is not spelled out in the current proposal. I'm glad that we're willing to add that stipulation. And for the biosafety level 3 contamination or the accidents, there are long records, there are public records, and we can check on that with the accidents, the safety breach and the leaks that are coming from the biosafety level 3 labs. And I can guarantee you that none of my colleagues who are being involved or exposed to those accidents have the intention or think these things could happen, but things just happen, the accidents, so which is the reason that I think when we're considering whether or not we should allow the biosafety level 3 lab in our downtown, we need to consider the potential, the possibility of accidents. And if that happens, whether or not our community have a plan to address that. So I would think this safety committee that is made up from both the university, the biolab industry, and the public health from the county, the county public health department, and the community members. I think these are very important. And I'm hoping that if we're going to allow the biosafety level 3 labs in this building, this safety monitoring committee will absolutely be a necessary component. And I'm hoping that that will be added to our stipulation and make sure that that will include our public health department in Orange County, our community members, the representative from both the university and the industry experts. So these are my comments.
Okay, Ty?
I just had to quickly disagree with Councilmember Anderson's point about the metal piece. I think the weird folding metal thing looks really weird. I would highly advocate for the perforated metal with the image. I mean, we can make it, apparently molecules are too cute, but you know,
Too
something
cute.
else, anything else. We could have Michael Jordan up there. We got a lot of great historical figures in Chapel Hill we could put up there, but just wanted to add that piece. I know it's not late enough, so wanted to extend our.
All right. Any other council member comments? Well, I'll wrap us up. I'll piggyback on that. I kind of like the colors. I think that would be fun. I was thinking for a rainbow, you know, for our LGBT week and all that stuff, we could have pride stuff. We could have, you know, the different colors we could have orange for gun safety. We could make some good statements out of that, but I'll let them work that out later because LEDs are cheap and retrofit. I want to extend my thank yous. The applicant has been very willing to work with us to take a risk in Chapel Hill. This will be transformative for Chapel Hill. I know it's very different from what we've had downtown before, but it's a different kind of energy that we need to make downtown successful. We need more people there around 12 months of the year. We need more people during the day. We need that energy that comes with this. We need our own people to be able to stay in Chapel Hill and do the work they want to do. I know that we can really be helpful in these situations with oversight committee, with stipulating the no level 4, with working with these different types of things to have a very good outcome. Durham has over 1 million square feet of wet lab downtown, and in 10 years, there's been not one incident. I think it's unlikely we get a level 3, but we don't know what the future holds in all kinds of ways. And UNC is doing some stuff of level 3 over on their campus, and there have not been the problems that, but things do happen. I get that. I will say, I'm not sure why you're calling the alleyway the NCNB alleyway. That's really dating there's no NCNB left. If you'd like to come up with another name for the alleyway, I think we'd be very amenable, because there will be people will know when it comes to Henderson that it's something. So if you want a different name, I suggest you propose a different name. You said you were amenable to working with Brian Peterson and coming back to the manager. You said you're amenable to the Safety Oversight Committee. You heard us about the garbage and all the other things. The energy efficiency, I know you said lead, but we do talk about ASHRAE standards or above ASHRAE standards. If you'd be willing to work with John Richardson as well, we're all trying to move towards better energy efficiency in all of our buildings. Chapel Hill's trying to set some standards. We have a climate action plan. Would you be amenable to working with John Richardson to whatever levels of figuring out what the best practices for this building could be?
Yeah, we'd be happy to work with John in the same way as we work with Brian in that regard. I mean, I think there's a lot of ASHRAE standards in the LEED program overall, but we'd be happy to talk to him about what that means and how we can incorporate that.
Okay, that would be great. And the tree planting requirement, you'll work with our staff. And we had talked earlier, and I do thank you, Joe. We were on the phone today trying to work through some other issues about this, working with our staff on the ADA compliance in the park that is actually a town park, but working with our staff to make sure we meet the ADA requirements the best way we can to make sure that all citizens have access to this amenity. But I'm excited. I know it's a big, bold step. I know it's different. But we have got to take some big, bold steps if we are to survive for the future and be the downtown that is creative, welcoming, inclusive, and sustainable for the future. It will look different. I know, and that's going to be hard for a lot of people. There's going to be some changes downtown, but we're trying to keep the same character as well. We're working on the downtown together with the university as well. We know there are many folks that come back to our community, many people that live here that really cherish their downtown experience, and we do keep that in mind. I think this building could be spectacular in a very positive way. I think roughing out some of those, smoothing out some of the rough edges, especially at the upper corners, could make this building spectacular. But I am not an architect, so I leave that to those of you that have a better eye to figure out what that means and looks like for our community. So that being said, I don't know, Becky, if you've gotten that language included in the new resolution. I don't know what council wishes to do or what they wish to move, but we would have to close the hearing first.
I move that we
I
close
move
the
we
public
close the
hearing.
public hearing.
Second.
Oh, my goodness. I got a lot of people moving and seconding. Ty jumped in there. We'll give Ty with the motion. We'll give Karen, we'll give you the second there because Michael gets to do a lot. All right, so we're moved to close the public hearing. Ms. Anderson, Ms. Ann Anderson, did you have anything to share with us? Sorry, you popped on.
No, I would, in case you wanted to see the drafted conditions, we were going to be ready to pull those up, but they are as have been discussed. They're consistent with what you talked about, but we're ready to bring them up if you want to see them.
If you're verifying that you've got them, do you want to see them though, council?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, roll call first on the closing the public hearing. Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy.
Aye.
Ms. Gu.
So we're not going to take a look at the,
We're just closing the public hearing. That's the vote we're taking right now.
okay. Yes.
Mr. Nguyen. Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well.
I move the resolution of consistency.
Second.
It's been moved for the resolution of consistency. Roll call vote on that. Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Boyncy.
Aye.
Ms. Gu.
Well, I would like to take a look at
That is not the same thing. That will be the next motion that we would take a look at that. It's just the resolution of consistency.
No.
Okay. Mr. Nguyen. We can't hear you when you do that, but you're saying aye.
Aye.
There you go. Okay. Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
The mayor also says aye. Vote is 7-1. Now we would like to see what the new resolution looks like, please.
Are you sharing it, Anne, or do you want to?
You're muted, Anne.
Becky's going to share her screen, I believe, with the latest document.
Thank you.
Is that big enough for everyone?
Yeah.
The biosafety level conditions, limiting it to 1 through 3. The refuse facility, we've had some edits there to make sure that the 3 parking spaces are reserved for the post office. The Franklin Street facade, this was the condition that Councilman Ryan shared earlier with a few edits to that one slightly, and then the ASHRAE standards.
You're missing the oversight committee.
Safety oversight committee.
So Mayor, it would be the town's obligation to develop the oversight committee. So should the condition, and there's a lot of details that go into that, and that's not a developer responsibility, but should the condition be that they will cooperate with the committee okay.
Yeah.
All right, we can
Also,
draft that.
It's in CDC, it centers is plural.
Yeah, we may have some nits we have to fix.
Yeah.
This is it. Yeah. And then we'll remove NB Alley as well and give that a more updated designation, Mayor.
No, that's what it's called.
Is it called NCNB Alley?
For old people, yes. Under the Franklin Street facade, the Brian Peterson memo is 1129, not 1111. Thanks.
The tree planting requirements. Be consistent with the ones we did for the parking garage.
And then we'll add the one about the cooperation with the town's formally formed committee.
Okay.
Well, can we say that their safety documents needs to be approved by the committee, by the safety monitoring committee?
We
I
don't
wouldn't
have
recommend
that one.
I wouldn't recommend that. That gets into federal interference with federal regulations and preemption issues.
Well, can we follow the CDC guidelines, but on top of that, I mean, after we fulfill all the regulations as directed by the CDC, but we have our community standards to regulate wet lab safeties that will come up by this lab safety monitoring committee.
I would recommend against any language that puts approval authority on this committee for something that the federal government is designated as an approval body for.
Yeah, I mean,
far-
it should be
far too
regulated in
early.
the same way that UNC's labs are regulated. However, other labs are regulated, that's how they're going to be regulated.
Well, UNC
absolutely.
has its own institutional bio lab safety
But
committee.
at the end of the
monitoring
day,
board.
they have to comply with all federal standards.
Well, that is
We're
for
all
sure.
speaking out of turn here. Our attorney has given her opinion on what, and we can ask her to work with language on what could be included with creating this committee and what that there would be. I'm not going to use the word oversight. Sorry, I will let our attorney draft the language appropriate for this. That's what I recommend, so that we stay compliant with federal guidelines.
Yes, ma'am. We'll have to think through the language so that it doesn't create a preemption issue. So thank you for that.
And could you also put in the ADA compliance language for the park, that the applicant will work with our staff to make sure that the park will work towards ADA compliance standards, please?
To the extent feasible, I think that would
Yes.
be, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. We talked about that yesterday. Okay.
So specifically ADA compliance or accessibility compliance, and it's just ADA has a specific set of standards, but it's as you wish.
I don't know. I don't think we are going to delve into the differences between the two. We just want to work with our staff who knows the rules. And
Okay.
accessibility, I think, is more important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll come up with some feasibility language there. Understood.
Mayor, could we make sure that we've given appropriate guidance in terms of formation of the committee? Do we have confirmation that we're good to go there? And that's separate from.
I hear you. I think it'd be better for our manager to bring back, after doing some research, bring back a proposal to council to vote on that committee.
Yes. Oh, agreed. I'm just making sure that we've given that guidance and that the manager feels that's reasonable.
Yeah, we certainly believe we can pull that together pretty quickly for the council, come back in the spring with a proposal for your consideration and move forward from there. And as a number of folks have mentioned tonight, there's some good models out there for us to take a good look at.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure, Maurice, that you were good.
Yeah, thank you.
Ben, did you still have a question? Okay.
Then I'm going to move ordinance A.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Parker and second by Mr.
Ordinance A as amended. Ordinance A as amended.
There you go. Move
for
ordinance
sure.
A as amended. All right. Any comments of things that have not been shared before?
What is the language we decided upon for that safety monitoring committee?
That the manager will be bringing back a proposal for what the committee will look like, that our attorney will draft language that connects this project to that committee in some fashion that is legally respectful of the federal guidelines.
So at this time, we do not know what that language is.
Yeah, she'll have to draft it. Okay. All right, been moved and seconded. Roll call vote. Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Boyncey.
Aye.
Ms. Gu.
Nay.
Mr. Nguyen. Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Mayor says enthusiastically aye. Motion passes 7-1. Thank you all. Thank you to the applicant for working with us. And we look forward to hearing more about this project as it progresses. And we appreciate your willingness to work with our staff and different members of our professional teams to make this a really, really special and outstanding project. So thank you very much. Okay, council.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. One more item. It's a quick update on our splash pad situation, which we're all excited about, and then we will move into closed session. So we're not planning on a big in-depth item here, just an update to let you know that they're still working towards outcomes for this, that we can be ready for the summer. Mr. Fleischman.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Let me get to the right view here. Is this showing the full screen of slides?
Yes. Yes.
Great. Well, let's talk about something fun at this late hour, splash pads. Good evening, Mayor Heminger, Mayor Pro Tem Parker, and members of council. I'm Phil Fleischman, your Parks and Recreation Director. The purpose of this short presentation is to provide you with an update on the status of our exploration into options for bringing one or more splash pads into the Chapel Hill Park system. We have 10 slides prepared for you. This should take just a short period of time to go through, and we'll have an opportunity for questions and comments at the end of our presentation. So as you may recall, we last shared an update with council at its October 20th work session, and at that time understood council to express general support for having one or more of these developed in town. And since then, our staff team and splash pad work group have been at work considering options to bring this to fruition. So you'll hear about those options during tonight's presentation. I'm also joined by Kevin Robinson, who's our park maintenance superintendent for the town and our project lead on the splash pad. So real quick, I'll provide a recap of the recent discussions around this. We will review 3 preliminary options. The options that we're recommending this evening are not mutually exclusive. In fact, we're recommending that we look at doing or proceeding with all 3 of the options noted. And then we'll give you a little bit more context about larger destination splash pads and smaller splash pads that could be spaced or placed in multiple locations, because there was some conversation and interest in that topic at the last work session. So just a real quick recap of the work session. So that when we came to council in October, we shared the community petition supporting the splash pad concept. At that point, I think over 850 individuals had signed on to the community petition. We also provided information about what other communities in our area have done or had done for splash pads recently, including Mebane, Pittsboro, and Burlington. And so that generated some really good discussion around possible locations and themes, partners, funding, desire to see a work plan with major milestones brought back, incorporating a racial equity lens, robust community engagement, et cetera. And again, one thing that was discussed as an interest was kind of this idea of building one large splash pad or multiple smaller ones. So we'll cover that in a little bit of detail in just a minute. From that time, we then reconvened the splash pad work group on November 10th. That group, which is comprised of staff, Parks, Greenways, and Recreation Commission members, the individual who brought the petition forward to the town, Ms. Kate Sayer, and also Council Member Anderson, met and considered feedback from the council and really kind of tried to narrow down these 3 options that we bring forward to you tonight. And then the Parks, Greenways, and Rec Commission heard an update that was similar to this one at their November 16th meeting. And they offered feedback for us to consider related to these items as well. So to kind of get into the 3 options that we're proposing to help pursue this exploration, I'm going to turn it over to Kevin to share some details with you.
Thank you, Phil. So one of the options moving forward is to engage the community in planning for enhancements at 80 Clark Pool. This could serve to include converting the wading pool to a splash pad area and or other upgrades. The wading pool has ongoing maintenance challenges and is underutilized. So an option could be to convert it with some splash pad type features in that same area, possibly expanding just a little bit. We would need to reach out to the local communities to find out what their interest would be at the 80 Clark Pool. So we would work with the 80 Clark Pool users and also the nearby residents there. To do this, to move forward, we would really need to complete a feasibility study in order to fully consider options within the park systems. This study would include technical components that would be needed to make sound decisions moving forward. Parks would be analyzed and rated for suitability and size of splash pad. Drawings would be developed to show smaller and larger options. We again would use community engagement, and the work group that we've already established will help guide the study. And then we would look to the Parks, Greenways, and Recreation Commission and Council to weigh in on the options presented. And again, we would constantly use the community and get engagement from them to find out what it is that they would like to see moving forward. We're also going to further explore pop-up splash pad and that whole concept. Exploring this as a temporary mobile solution to meet short-term needs could be incorporated into our existing programming. We are continuing to get feedback from other communities that have utilized such type temporary things as you see in the picture there and get their experience with these options. We're getting very mixed reviews on how those temporary splash pads work and affect the community. So at the last council's work group, we heard interest in all three of the options. And the last of the three options is the destination attraction. So considerations would be, access. For a larger destination splash pad, it would be sought out by families from across the area. It would appeal to a wider age range, connection to parks with other amenities, a venue for birthday parties, group outings, and obviously it would be more costly to construct and operate. And then we could also do multiple smaller splash pads. The number of households able to walk to the splash pad area could increase by having feature at multiple locations. Opportunity to utilize multiple destinations, multiple designs. You could have one that would be contemporary, another one that would be a little more nature-based, and it would be less costly to operate. So in our work group sessions, there's been a lot of consideration and a lot of considerable conversation about all three of these options. And with that, I will hand it back over to Phil.
Thanks, Kevin. So the last time we appeared before the council, I know a lot of really good feedback was given. We took good notes on that and certainly we'll bring that forward. Tonight, we're really just wanting to check in with you to provide an update on kind of where we are with things, our thinking. We're, again, the three options that we're proposing to explore, we're not looking at them as only one and not the other two or something like that. We're actually recommending that we pursue the exploration kind of all three and see where those may lead. We do believe that feasibility study is crucial to really providing the most complete information on which to make decisions about possible locations, particularly for destination splash pads. But with all of these options, we really, as Kevin mentioned, want to emphasize really robust community engagement through the processes here. And we also understand a strong desire to move quickly through all of these steps as well. So really here, just for your thoughts and feedback, any thoughts you may have on us moving forward with the proposed options shared here. And then if you'd like, we can have further discussion about whether you have a preference for a larger destination splash pad or multiple smaller splash areas. I realize it's late. You may not want to get into that discussion tonight. That may come more, maybe more effective or more appropriate to have after the feasibility analysis is completed. But just want to give you all this information for you to consider. And then I do want to ask Councilmember Anderson, since you're a member of the work group and have been integrally involved with us, if there's anything you might like to add from what we presented.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. I'll just say really briefly, I think I'm really happy that you included getting community input about Hargraves. And I really think just making sure that the community at Hargraves understands that it's really about upgrading the facility there. And they may want a splash pad, they might want something else, but I think it's really important to make that a better facility, regardless of what it is, since clearly that baby pool is not cutting it. So that I think is just really critical to the conversation. I do, I think something that many have expressed, including the person who brought the petition, was that the interest was really in a large kind of one bigger attraction, but that again, like, is something that we can talk about. But that's just for folks to know that that's been a primary interest that we've heard through conversations. But thank you, Phil. I think you're doing a great job, and I really appreciate all the work you've done.
Okay, because of the lateness of the hour, we do appreciate Phil and Kevin hanging with us tonight, because I know that we wanted to get an update before the end of the year. We're all interested in all those options. I think I saw noddings of head about getting the feasibility study done before we have a robust discussion, because there's no point in discussing things that aren't possible options. We do want to get something in for this summer. That is one of the goals as well. That may or may not be possible for the destination one, and maybe we do, short, but we need you to bring us back that information. So we're appreciative of all this work. I know that we want to see something amazing happen. We've been told we have dollars to work with now. We do want the community engagement, especially about the A.D. Clark baby pool, just to find out what that community really sees as something that's beneficial there. And so I would just like to ask council to forego comments. We can ask the public to weigh in a little bit later and send us comments and have you come back and have a robust discussion at a more decent hour. We have a closed session, and I have many council members who have a hard stop pretty soon. So I apologize for the brevity of this, but I do appreciate that you are continuing to work on it and push. And I really highlight that you work with the work group too that we put together to keep moving forward at a brisk pace. Is that good with council? Okay. Thank you. Thank you all. We are going to close this meeting. I already made the announcement about the appointments that Simon Powell, was appointed the Community Policing Advisory Committee, and that we are looking for diverse candidates and appreciate people applying. And we still have openings, so please apply. All right, I need a motion to move us into
I move that the council go into closed session, as authorized by General Statute 143-318.11A5 to establish or instruct the staff or agent concerning the negotiation and terms of a possible contract concerning the acquisition of real property located at 8120 Merrin Road, and by General Statute 143-318.11A4 to consider an economic development matter, and by General Statute 143-318.11A3 to consult with the town attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege. At the conclusion of the closed session, the council will adopt a single motion to end the closed session and adjourn the meeting without taking further action.
I need a second, folks. Come on.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Ryan. Roll call vote, roll fast. Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Boyce.
Aye.
Ms. Gu.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen. Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
And the mayor says aye. See you in closed session in a few minutes. This meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you very much.